split up the cards, 5-5. You know what I mean? Yep. Alrighty, we've got the high sign. Once we get our DJ rolling here, he's gonna set up the monitor down here. But we're gonna do yesterday's 2:30 and 3:30. So we've got some gift cards available there. Lots of Sunyas too. I saw there was a $150 one to Sephora. Anybody want a Sephora card? Yeah, yeah. Rod needs one, eh? Rod needs it. Yeah, yeah. Revlon. He could be in a Revlon commercial. Yeah. Okay, we're only doing 2:30 to 3:30. Yeah. Missing 10 prizes. So if you haven't got a chance to go downstairs here, one of these, this is some beautiful artwork on a piece of wood. I think it's cedar. Cedar. Yeah, so you can buy them downstairs here. I'm going to be your Vanna White. I bought one. It had a horse. It has a horse on it. But yeah, go check out the vendors. This is the last day. I know a lot of information is thrown at you. I hope you had a notepad with you. It's always good to write things down so we're able to remember. But once the DJ is ready, 2 to 3 or 2:30 to 3:30, Jan is missing some files. Also, don't forget that we have 2 draws for 2 tickets, Edmonton Oilers and Chicago Blackhawks. You have to attend, yeah. You have to be here for the main draws as well. We have some star blankets, the tickets. What else? We got a lot of stuff here, so we still tons of stuff to give away. Jan's by the coffee there. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, this morning we're going to have Dr. Shelley Moore is going to be presenting. So that is only our presentation here. She's going to go right till 12 o'clock. That's going to go right till 12 o'clock. We'll have a nutrition break, 15-minute nutrition break at 10:30. And also lunch, right after lunch, we're going to have our closing ceremony. We'll walk out our flags and head on home. We'll do the draws right after the ceremony. So I am told you must be here. I know some of you might want to go home and miss your children, but for the big prizes, you have to be here. Okay, our DJ. You know, yesterday I was talking to Mr. Paul Haynes there about land base. Anybody have land base on their res? Land base in their school? How many? One? Where are you guys from? Muskeg Lake, eh? Who else? English River? Buffalo River? Waterhen? What else? Flying dust, eh? In the fields or? We only got 10 minutes. Okay. They said stop talking there. David. I can't see on the monitor. Oh, It's out? Okay, here we go. I'm going to go over here and see who we got. Our first winner this morning, ladies and gentlemen, is going to go to Cheyenne Chanel Quay. You don't have to be here for these ones, but we have to write it down. Cheyenne. Her mom's here too. I think there's some paper right there behind. Oh, okay. Alrighty, DJ. Let's spin that wheel, get things rolling. Looks like it's gonna be Michaela Daniels. Does anybody know Michaela? From Muskeg Lake? Look, they just came for the prizes. Oh, you won already too, eh? Yesterday. Man, yes. Yeah, must see. DJ, let's remove Michaela. She wins too much, eh? Every day she's winning. Lainey Campbell. Lainey Campbell. Oh, we're going right to English River from Muskeg Lake. Yeah. Got a beaded lanyard from her a few years ago. Purple green. I still got it. DJ, let's see who's next. Yeah, make sure you remove. Looks like Turner Lake, Birch Narrows, Dene Nation, Jeremy Sylvester. Jeremy, nobody wants to cheer for him or what? Holy. Just left him hanging, eh? Jeremy. Not here yet? Hilchubaba. Next. Holy, Birch Narrows is cleaning up here. Kita Montgrand. Hulla. Not here yet. Next one, please. We got one more gift card left. Colleen Janvier. Colleen. Congratulations. We still got 4 prizes, 5. Oil. Greasy hair. Okay, one more. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 prizes to give away here. We've got a bag with some essential oils. Oils that don't come from Haley Tracci. Haley. Where are you from? Where are you from? Meadow Lake? Which res? Beardies? Oh, okay. She's from Beardies but works at Flying Dust but lives in Meadow Lake. Oh, it's a little complicated, eh? That's like my relationship status. DJ? Dorothy Gervais, RNPHN. She a nurse, registered nurse? Does anybody know her? Oh, that's you. Oh, where are you from? Makwa Saigagan. So what's RNPHN? You're a registered nurse? Oh, okay. She is a registered nurse right here. Yeah, just don't mind him here. Just walk away from him slowly, just like Homer Simpson walking into the bush. Next, DJ, spin that wheel one more time. Whitney Knight. Whitney Knight. Oh, run, run. Yeah, I like the energy this morning. What if I said redraw? Yeah. Congratulations. One more, DJ. So we're gonna do the 3:30 draws during our nutrition break. Jan will have all the files ready for that one. And the winner is gonna go to Brooklyn Pichet. Brooklyn Pichet. Does anybody know her? No. Maybe Pichet in Meadow Lake, Buffalo River. Alrighty, Masi Cho. Hey, let's give our cooks a big round of applause here before we get going, too, ladies and gentlemen. Also, for our organizers, our team here from MLTC, for doing a great job putting on this beautiful conference for the 8th year, I believe. 8th year, Lisa? 9th? So possibly the 9th. Has anybody been here for all 9 of them? 9, yeah? 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. Just something to look forward to each year, huh? That's good. So we've got to. You need a second, or you need that? Yeah, I'll read her. I'll read the bio here, if I can find it. There we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just gonna give the audio and video guys here a couple seconds, but I'm gonna read off our first keynote this morning here. Based in British Columbia, Canada, Shelley Moore is a highly sought-after inclusive education researcher, teacher, consultant, and storyteller. She has worked with school districts and community organizations around the world. Her research explores how to support teachers to design for all learners in grade level academic classrooms that include students with intellectual disabilities using strength-based and responsive approaches. Shelley completed her undergraduate degree in special education at the University of Alberta, her master's at Simon Fraser University, and her PhD at the University of British Columbia. Ladies and gentlemen, as you grab your breakfast, please be mindful that we're going to start our program here. Just one more second, and we'll bring her up. I just want her, because I think she needs a monitor here too. Yeah. Oh, you don't? Alrighty. So, once again, please be respectful, mindful as you come on in here. And, you know, a lot of this information that is shared with you by our keynotes is very important that we pay attention and, you know, write notes if we have to. Take it home with you. You know, I've got to talk a lot of different communities, a lot of people about autism and how they see the changes over the years. Many people have taught for over 2 decades, over 3 decades, and the change about the conversation we've had yesterday with the 2 keynotes. And so this information here is going to continue on. And I want to thank you guys for being here once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her to the stage, Dr. Shelley Moore.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. How's this monitor? How are we doing? Is it working? Not yet? Okay. Well, while that's getting set up, do you want to hear my story of the day? Good answer. So, yesterday I was in Edmonton and I finished at noon, similar to today. I have so much time to get to Saskatoon. I should have drove because I get to the airport at like 2 and my flight is canceled. And I'm like, come on. I'm like, no problem. I got lots of time to get to Saskatoon. They're like, okay, so then I get rerouted through Calgary. It gets delayed. I'm in Calgary for 7 hours. I'm like, my time to get to Saskatoon is dwindling. So I finally get on a flight at midnight to Saskatoon, roll in at 2. But let me tell you, my very short sleep was good. I feel great today. So I'm happy that I made it and I didn't have to not sleep at all. But thank you so much for inviting me to this lovely conference. It feels very good in here. I always appreciate conferences like this because it's also like a reunion. You know what I mean? Like people, you see people you haven't seen for a while, and it's very much a catch up. So thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here. I'm always very cognizant when I get invited, especially to Indigenous communities and Indigenous events, because like I'm super white. Like, and I know this, right? And especially when I talk about inclusive education, you know, and I'll share this with you today. But you know, one of my biggest learnings of inclusive practices is that inclusion is Indigenous pedagogy, and so I always kind of feel funny being like, here I am coming to talk about inclusion to a group that basically taught me how to be inclusive. And so I'm aware of this. And so what we're going to talk about today is basically how my understanding has evolved over time. I hope that to share with you some practices that can either validate what you're already doing or maybe give you some ideas. I really wanted today to be useful to you. And so before we even begin, I just wanted to take a minute and acknowledge that. That I know that this work for me goes hand in hand with my own efforts of reconciliation and understanding my role as a descendant of colonizers. And so I'm honored to be here and honored to share what I've learned. Okay, are you ready? Let's do it. Okay, so on the screen, I mean, if you're a social media person, it's there, but the important one is the very top, drshelleymore.com. That's my website. And on my website will be all the slides I show you today, and I'll have those posted before I leave. So anything I show you, you have access to. I'm also going to be showing you some planning templates and some activities. You'll have access to all of them, okay? Now, I don't have the executive functioning skills to organize my website, so you're guaranteed access for at least 10 years. You can take your time. You got lots of time. So before I jump in, I kind of wanted to share with you a little bit about where I'm coming from and why this work matters to me. I was a teacher for many years, and I'll tell you this story. I was supporting students with intellectual disabilities and autism and Down syndrome, and it was hard. It was really hard to kind of figure out what that meant and what that meant for them and what that meant for our school. And there was an early leader that I got to meet, and I asked him. His name was Dan Habib, and I'm like, Dan, how do we do this? How do we do this inclusion thing? And he's like, Shelley, this is really important to you. Why is this important to you so much? I'm like, because Dan, it is. He's like, that's not a good enough reason. Like, this is hard work. And there's going to be hard days. And if you don't know why you're doing this work, it's going to be really easy to stop moving. And so I really thought about that. And so I've kind of made for you a little slide to kind of share with you about why I do this work, help you get to know me a little bit more. But on the screen is basically, these are my people. I will start off by sharing where I live. I live on a little island just off the coast of Vancouver. My little island is part of Squamish territory. And the name of my little island in Squamish language is Nechlelaquam, which means the land of fast drumming, which I appreciate because historically it was a place of celebration. And you can feel that today. Like, you walk onto this island and the sign that welcomes you says, "Welcome to the Happy Isle." So, I mean, you're all invited. I kind of call it cold Hawaii. There's whales, there's tacos, and you don't sweat. It's a dream. So you're all invited. It's also known as Bowen Island, and it's just off the coast of Vancouver. 15-minute ferry. It's very fast. It's very fast. A great day trip. And moving to Bowen, I moved there in 2019, right before COVID. And so it was kind of isolating when I first moved there because we couldn't connect with anyone. And so it was kind of the beginning of my own reconciliation journey of understanding, what my role is. Because I'm not from British Columbia. I am from Edmonton. Anyone? It's okay. It's not that exciting. But I am from Edmonton, Treaty 6 territory. But I didn't even know that it was Treaty 6 territory until I was 30. And so this was like a big part of understanding the history of the places where I come from and understanding what I appreciate of the place that I grew up. The middle picture, that's my mom. There she is. Her favorite colors are pink, purple, and turquoise. So this is a very accurate photo of her. And she's right in the middle because she's the most important. She raised my brother and I in Northside Edmonton, and single mom. And if any of you are a single parent or know a single parent, you know that the world is not built for single parents. And this is during the 80s, so it's especially tricky. And so my mom, what can I tell you about her? She taught me a lot of things, but it took me a while to realize the lessons because my mom really navigates some mental health conditions, and there was this narrative around her from my extended family that was very negative. And it kind of went something like this. "Oh, Joan didn't pay the power bill again. Oh, Joan, she's not a good parent. She can't," like, the whole narrative around my mom was about everything she couldn't do and the parent that she should be but isn't. And, when you grow up around that, I started to absorb that. And I remember in my 20s starting to think that way about my mom. And you can imagine that really affected our relationship because when you have this expectation of who a person should be, well, I saw a t-shirt once that said, "Don't should on me," and I'm like, this is the slogan we need for education, right? And so I started to learn about inclusive practices, and there's something that I learned that we're going to talk about today, and it's one of my biggest learnings, and that is when someone is struggling, whether that is your mom or you or a family or a child, how I was taught in special education is that if someone is struggling, something's wrong with them. We need to assess them. We need to diagnose them. We need to make a plan for them. But what I learned from my mom is that, my mom is doing the best she can every day. And what I've learned is that when she is struggling, there's nothing wrong with her. There's something wrong around her. And I'm so grateful that I learned that lesson when I did, because that shift completely changed our relationship. So now I know if my mom is having a hard day, it's because she needs to see her grandchildren. If she's having a hard day, it's because we need to go outside. You know, like, we have so much more control of conditions around people than we have about changing an actual person. And so I'm really thankful for that lesson, because it's one of the most important lessons of inclusive practice is there's nothing wrong with anyone. Everyone is just doing their best. We can't change who people are, but we can absolutely talk about the conditions around them and how we can change conditions. And so this is going to be a thread, but I learned that from my mom, and I'm so thankful, because now we're dealing with cancer, and this is what happens as parents get older and you're trying to figure out how you could possibly live life without your mom, right? And so I'm really thankful for that lesson, because we have a very strong relationship now, because it was me realizing that I have way more control of conditions than I have of her. And it's a lesson I apply to my students, to the families that I work with, to the colleagues that I work with. And we're going to talk about that today. Okay, what else can I tell you? The bottom right picture, that's my wife. If it tells you about any kind of person, she wore a gold dress on her wedding day. Like, good for her, good for her. She's also a teacher. She's from BC. Enough about her, though. Let's talk about the dog, okay? So this dog was my very first dog. His name is Finley. He's passed now. But he was the perfect dog. Have any of you had a perfect dog? Right? They can do no wrong. And if they do, you forget, because they're perfect. They're perfect dogs. So Finley was a perfect dog. Like, look at him just sitting there for the photos like a perfect dog. So Finley was so perfect that he tricked us into thinking that every Irish Terrier was perfect. So we got another one. The top picture of the dog, that's not Finley, that's Ruthie. Ruthie is not perfect. Ruthie is a wild animal. We have to live on an island, so she cannot get away. Okay, now I don't know if you live in a place that's small enough to have a very active Facebook community vigilante group, but we do. And Ruthie gets posted every week, and every week I say nothing when they're like, whose dog is this? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. But something I learned about Ruthie is there was one day where she was barking and barking and barking, and I'm like, stop. Just stop with the barking. And she looked at me, and it was almost like she was speaking to me. She's like, but this is what I'm good at. And I'm like, and actually, I look at her and I'm like, you don't even care that I don't like you. Right? But I started to kind of really think about Ruthie, because it's true. She's like, I'm good at barking, so I'm going to bark. I am good at running away and escaping, and so that's what I'm going to do. I am good at catching birds in the air and bringing them to you. Like, she is untrainable. But I started to look at her, and I'm like, you know what? I'm starting to appreciate her, because I realize she's very much like me. Right? A terrier. I am part terrier. And because I realized that, like, in this work of education, sometimes you need to bark. And sometimes people aren't going to like you. Right? But part of this work is disrupting and making sure people know that this is worth the fight, and this is worth being your authentic self. And if people don't like you, I don't care. I don't care. And so on those hard days when I have to bark, I think of my inner terrier, and I'm giving you permission to have an inner Ruthie, but you got to say it like that, like Ruthie, because she's always in trouble. So that's Ruthie. Sweet. I can't even cut her hair. Look at her. She's climbing like a mountain goat. Anyways. Okay. So the two little kids there, those are my daughters, and they're dressed like sailors because I can't pick out their outfits anymore. They don't let me dress them, and I am upset about that. So this is the last time I was able to pick out their outfits, and it's so cute. So this is the photo I use. Because now they'd be wearing Gabby's dollhouse and Peppa Pig clothes. It's not as cute. But there they are. My oldest daughter, her name is Meta. Not like the Facebook group. No. Meta is a Danish name, and it means pearl. Because she came out with this bald head. And the little one, she's now 2.5, and her name is Eben, which is a Danish name that's short for Ebenholt, which means ebony wood, which is the wood used for piano keys, because she came out with wild, dark, curly hair. And so it very much suits their personality. But they're Danish names because I'm Danish. My family's Danish. Is anyone Danish? Even an eighth? Anyone? Jan? That's a Danish name. Cousin. Oh. Jan, is it Jor? Jan. It's Dutch. Okay, close enough. It's close enough. I mean, it starts with duh. Okay, so. Anyways. Well, I mean, like, Denmark is not a big country. So I get it, right? But this is exactly what happened. I would grow up in Alberta, and there's not a lot of Danish people. And so the only taste of Danish anything I got was with my family. But the funny thing about Danish people is that we're crazy. We're super weird. Okay, so to give you some examples of weird Danish people. Birthday cakes. If you think about a birthday cake, you put candles on it, some sprinkles, you blow out the candles, you sing happy birthday. Not in Denmark. In Denmark, your birthday cake is in the shape of a person, okay? And instead of putting candles on the cake for how old you are, you stab it. So weird. So here I am as a kid, and you have to stab the cake, however old you are. Just visualize this. It's so weird. And then my aunt learns about red velvet cake, and now it looks like a crime scene, okay? And so you stab it so many times, the older you get, that eventually you just end up eating a pile of cake because you can't slice it anymore. So this is so weird. But of course, I don't know that this is weird until I start going to other people's birthday parties and no one else stabs the cake. And even worse, I invite people to my birthday and they witness the cake stabbing and they're like, we gotta go. So now I'm embarrassed and I don't want anyone to know that this is a thing. And the other weird thing that Danish people do, and this one is specifically for men, I'm so sorry, but if you are a man and you get to 30 and you're still single, there's a theory that it's because you're not sweet enough, okay? And so the solution to this is to tie them to a tree and cover them with sugar and maple syrup. We're so weird. Okay, so imagine this, a little Danish kid, no one's Danish, everyone thinks you're weird, okay? So I'm telling you this because, when I was in my, early 40s, okay, I want to go to Denmark. I've never been to Denmark before, and so I want to go to Denmark and see where my family's from, and I go, and they have stabbing cakes in the grocery store. And I have never been so excited. I felt so seen. I felt like everyone looked like my mother. My aunt used to make this cake, an apple cake. It was so good. You could buy it at the gas station. I felt so seen. I felt so like I belong here. I belong. And it was a really big learning for me because like I say, I felt like a generic person for a long time. But when I went to Denmark, I was like, I'm not generic here. And it was probably like my biggest sense of belonging I've ever had. So I'm excited about this. And I come back to Canada and I'm like thinking about my students. And I'm like, when do my students get that feeling? When do they get to see themselves in the world? Right? Like, when do my kids who have autism and Down syndrome, when do they get to see their apple cake at the gas station? Like, what would be their apple cake, right? So I'm like, this is giving me lots of ideas because we know that for belonging, we need representation. We need to see ourselves in the world, right? But then, oh my goodness, there is a really amazing author, speaker, BC-based. Her name is Jo Krona. And she's Indigenous, and she was at a conference, and I'll never forget this. Someone in the crowd stood up and said, I couldn't believe this happened. And this guy in the crowd said, why do we have to learn about Indigenous things? Why do we need to learn about Indigenous culture? What about Japanese culture? And I was like, knock it off, guy. Knock it off. And Jo, she was so calm, and she said, okay, let's talk about it. Where do you go to learn about Japanese culture? Japan. That's the right answer. Where do you go to learn about Danish culture? Where do you go? And she started listing all of these countries, and then she looked at him right in the eye, and she's like, there's no other place for me to go. This is the only place where I get to see the apple cake in the gas station and the stabbing cake at the grocery store. And I had never thought about that before. And that's when I understood what privilege meant. That was the moment that I realized that I have a lot of privilege because I had a place to go to see a stabbing cake in the grocery store. And this was such an important learning for me because I realized, like, everything we do needs to be connected to Indigenous pedagogy. There is no other place to go. And I'm so thankful for Jo for that lesson. And then I think about that now in terms of, again, my students and families. And I'm like, where do they go? I want to be a place where they can go. I want to be a place where they can see themselves, where they can be excited, that they see their families, where they see their history, where they see their moms, where they see themselves. And that lesson right there was another huge lesson about this work, is that we cannot be ourselves unless we can see ourselves. And I'm so thankful for that, because Denmark is a lovely place, but it's a place that exists that was not stolen from me. And so this work is hand in hand reconciliation. Like, you cannot separate inclusion and reconciliation. Okay, let me talk to you about the woman in the bottom corner, the bottom left corner. Her name is Shannon Smith. Okay, now who is Shannon Smith? Shannon Smith was my grade 8 teacher. And the reason why she's on this slide is because I dropped out of school in grade 7, and let me tell you why. You ready? So Edmonton, Alberta, the north side of Edmonton, Alberta, and if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. We're strong folk to survive. So north side Edmonton, it's the 80s. In grade 3, I was diagnosed with having a learning disability and like a little sprinkle of ADHD. So it's already a tricky combination, okay? And then grade 7 comes, and all of a sudden I get a little chubby and realize I might be a little gay. And I'm like, this is a really bad combination in Alberta in the 80s. So I get bullied relentlessly. And like, there's no pink shirt day in the 80s. And if there was, my bully would probably wear one. And the only like anti-bullying policy in our school was, oh, we didn't see it happen. So I'm so mad because I'm a Leo. So I make my own policies. So my policy was, I made a new day, and it was called Beat Up Your Bully Day. But then I got expelled because there was absolutely zero tolerance fighting policies. So I was done. I was done with school. I'm like, no more. I'm not going back. I will deliver newspapers. I remember saying to my mom, I'm like, Mom, I get 30 cents a paper now. She's like, you're going back to school. I'm like, no, you don't understand. I can't. I can't go back. So behind the scenes, my mom is trying to figure out, and like, she doesn't have time for this. She doesn't have time to deal with me dropping out of school at 12. Okay, she has no patience for this. And I remember the day that it happened, I was sitting in the chairs in the office. And just to kind of give you a sense of the ambiance of my junior high, it was a former women's prison. So like, it's not warm. Okay, there's a lot of cement. So I'm sitting in the office in the chairs, you know the ones. And my mom is in the office with the principal, okay? And the only part of the conversation that I hear is the door opening, my mom coming out, and the principal saying to her, I'm sorry, Miss Moore, I just don't think we can meet Shelley's needs in this school. And I was thrilled by that. I'm like, Ma, let's go before they change their minds. Come on. But my mom was not happy about this. Like, she just went pale. And she's like, where's she gonna go? Like, this is our community. And he's like, Miss Moore, we just don't have the resources. And my mom, you know when your mom gets mad and she gets that face? She got that face. And I'm like, okay, we better go before anyone gets hurt. So we're driving in the car, and it was one of those situations where it's like, I'm actually really happy about this because I don't want to, and I still have never gone back to that building, okay? And my mom is so mad. But I don't know why she's mad, so I just apologized to cover my bases. So I'm like, Mom, I'm really sorry. She slams on the brakes and pulls over the car, and she starts yelling at me, this is not your fault! And I'm like, I hear your words. She's like, that school doesn't deserve you. Like, she went on a rant, and I'm just like, so I'm not in trouble? She's like, no! And I'm like, again, I'm hearing what you're saying, but it looks like I'm in trouble. So she's so mad. So she's behind the scenes, finding me a new school, and I don't want to go. And then I'm going to, so I go to a new school, okay? And the night before my grade 8 year, I get a sense that things have changed because this is what happened. I get a phone call on the Sunday night. I remember this so clearly. I get a phone call the Sunday night before school starts, okay? And my mom's like, Shelley, your teacher's on the phone. And I'm like, I didn't do it. I haven't even shown up yet. So I get on the phone. I'm like, what? And this teacher's like, hi, Shelley. I'm Mrs. Smith. I'm going to be your teacher this year. I'm like, why are you calling me? She's like, well, because tomorrow you're going to a new school. It's going to be a busy day. And there's going to be a lot of people there. So I just want to make sure you know where to find me. And I'm like, this is weird. What did I do? And she goes, I'll be wearing a red gingham shirt. And I'm like, great. I have a picnic table, teacher. So I'm like, okay, weird, bye. So I still don't get it. So I show up. And this is a brand new school, so there's like media there, there's a lot of people. I start to get anxious, I'm ready to bolt. But who do I think of? Picnic table teacher. So I'm like, I'll see if she's there. So I go, I walk up, I walk in the door, she's exactly where she said she'd be. She sees me and she's like, Shelley, welcome. And I'm like, why do you know me? And I realized like over time, this is so clear to me now because I realized looking back, this is the first time anyone has anticipated my needs before me, right? She knew what I needed before I did, and she cut it off at the pass. So, of course, like, she changed my life and spoke at my wedding. Like, it was her birthday last Friday, and we chatted. Like, you find someone like this, and you hold on to them forever. But I asked her once, like, in my 20s, we went out for lunch once, and I'm like, how did you know to call me that night? She's like, Shelley, you're a teacher now. You know we have meetings about kids like you. She's like, I remember your meeting. It was not small. And she's like, everyone was so scared of you because You were this kid that had been expelled for fighting. You had failed all of your classes. Everyone was so scared of this kid coming in, and no one knew you because it was a new school. And everyone's just like, no, my class is too complex. I don't want her. She's gonna take too much. She doesn't have an EA, all of these things, all of these reasons. But Mrs. Smith, she actually, her maiden name is Moore, and so she had this kind of connection. So she says, I'll take her. And she goes, there was a collective sigh. And the principal came up to me and she's like, Shannon, thank you. Thank you for taking Shelley. We were really worried about this one. And then she's telling me the story. She's like, and then the principal gave me your file. And she's like, and I'm a special educator. I have been doing this work for a long time, she says. But I'd never made this connection until this day. The principal handed me the file, and I realized that the reason why people were scared of you is because they read it. And she's like, and I hadn't read it yet. And she goes, and I realized the reason why they were scared of you is because there's a lot of information in there, and there's a lot of information that's not in there. And she goes, and she's like, and then I started to think about what would be in my file. Imagine a file written about all the things you do wrong, and you don't get a say. She's like, your voice wasn't in there, your mother's voice wasn't in here. This was a whole list of adults who had opinions about you as a person, and we were making decisions based on this. And she's like, it's the first time I realized that that's totally unethical. She's like, because you know what's in those files? Ableism and racism and classism, and like all of the isms are in a file with no defense mechanism. And so she's like, I made a decision that day. I wasn't going to read it. Now, this is not an endorsement to not read files. Okay? But it was a very valuable lesson for me because she's like, I wanted to read you first. She's like, I wanted to read you before that pile of opinions. And I'm like, did you ever read it? She's like, I didn't need to. You and your mom told me everything I need to know about how to support you. And it was, again, a very valuable lesson because I went into special education because I wanted to do better by kids like me. And I hated school. I don't even know how I got through it. And when I went into special education, I realized I also hated special education because every time I learned something, I would think, would this have worked on me? And most of the time, I would have been like, nope. So then my plan was, I'm going to dismantle special education from the inside. It's harder than I thought. It's harder than I thought. Because, like, special education comes from this medical model of something's wrong, right? So, like, you go to the doctor when something is wrong. And then they assess you, and they diagnose you. And if they can't figure it out, they send you to a specialist. Like, this is where special education came from. And so I'm like, that is not what's actually going to help us help kids. Because disability isn't a medical problem. It's a way of being human. So, Shannon Smith is the teacher, all the cliches. The teacher who saw you when no one else did. The teacher who caught you when you were falling through the cracks. Like, whatever metaphor you want to use, that is Mrs. Smith to me. She picked me up every morning from home to make sure I got to school every day, okay? And I hope that every single person in this room has had a Mrs. Smith in their life. And I hope that they know that they're your Mrs. Smith, because here's the thing I've also learned about education, is that it's also important to remember that you are also someone's Mrs. Smith, but you may never know, and that's what's tricky about this, right? Like, we don't know the impact that we have in the kids and families that we work with, and so if you haven't told your Mrs. Smith that they're your Mrs. Smith, that's your job today. You're going to send them a little text message or an email and just be like, just so you know, I appreciate your efforts. Because that is probably the most cup-filling information you can get, but probably the information that we don't get enough, okay? Okay, what else can I tell you? The students at the bottom, I'm actually going to save that story for what's coming up. But basically, that is the very first cohort I worked with in Vancouver. I was the life skills teacher for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and so they were with me for 5 years. And I'm actually going to tell you a story about them. So put that in your pocket. But the last story I'm going to tell you is the top corner beside Ruthie. That is May 24th, 2023. And I know that date exactly because that was the day that I convocated for my PhD and the day that my youngest daughter was due. And I want you to imagine the conversations about that with my wife. Jessica, you're having a baby on May 24th. I'm also having a baby on May 24th. Mine took 11 years to grow. I can't miss it. I'm like, this baby won't even know that I'm not there. And Jessica's like, Shelly, you better hope this baby is early or late if you want to stay married, because you are not missing the birth of your child. I'm like, we can film it. So you can imagine. So the universe shifted for me because that baby was born 4 days early. And that's why that looks like a wrinkled potato in my arms, because she is 4 days old. And even more impressive is that Jessica came to the convocation 4 days post-birth. So, I mean, it was good news all around. But this particular moment, I remember this moment because if you know about Vancouver, it rains all the time. And it wasn't raining on this day, so it was very exciting, okay? And there's this moment, and I'm in this weird Harry Potter outfit, and I'm holding my daughters, and I had this moment, and I remember it, and I'm so glad someone took a picture, because it was this moment where it's just like, what am I doing? Like, I never thought I could be a mom. I never thought that was in my path. I never thought I was even gonna graduate high school, let alone go to university and get a PhD. I'm like, there's no path for me to get here. This isn't real. This is fake. I found a cheat code or something. There's no path for me. I have a learning disability. I can't get a PhD. What is this? This isn't real. So I go to my supervisor. I'm like, Leighton, I can't accept this degree. I'm a fraud. I can't do this. Isn't real. I don't know what's happening. And he's like, Shelly, pull yourself together. He's like, I'm actually really glad that you think that. I'm like, why? He's like, well, can you imagine if you thought the opposite? Where you thought you knew everything? He's like, so many people feel that sense of fraudulence when they get their PhD because they realize how little they know. And he's like, that humility is actually exactly what we want to see when someone gets their PhD. To know that you are just actually beginning your learning journey, not ending your journey. And the fact that you're saying that actually tells me that I did a good job. He's like, go enjoy this day. He's like, you deserve this day because you know that this is just the start. And so I'm crying because on this day, I blew my own mind. If you were to ask me even 5 years earlier if this scenario was even possible, even if I dreamt it, I wouldn't have even been able to dream this because it wasn't possible. And so I'm thinking here, I'm like, I blew my own mind today, and then I got a little sad because I'm like, wow, it took me until my 40s to feel like I had something to offer the world. It took me till I was 40 to realize I have a contribution. It took me until I was 40 to realize that I'm successful. I'm like, that's actually really sad. Why didn't I feel that when I was 10? And so then this became my new mission in education is I want kids to blow their own mind. I want them to have that feeling of success and contribution when they're 10. Can you imagine if they felt that when they were 17? 40 is too long to wait for a feeling that you have something to offer. And I just that day you feel like you can do anything when you feel that. You're like, I can climb any mountain. And that sense of validity, I'm like, everyone needs to feel that, because if you have to wait till you're 40 to feel that, you may never feel it, because life is really hard up until 40. And that sense of, okay, how do we create conditions for kids to blow their own mind? For them to be so, see that life is so possible for them. This is going to be the goal. Okay, I think that's all. I think that's it. Does that help you get to know me a little bit more? And why this is important to me? This is everything to me. Okay? Okay. So, I'm curious because like it's also not an accident that you're here today. Okay? I mean, I know the food is delicious and the prizes are top notch. But like if you zoom out a little bit, like there's many fields you could be in. Okay, like why are you here? Not just physically, but like why is this your line of work? Why did you even come to this keynote today? Like why does this matter to you? What would be on your slide? Who would you be telling people about why this matters to you? Okay, so this is going to be my question to you, and I have some questions to help, okay? You do not have to answer all these questions, but these are just some possibilities around what might be on your slide, okay? So I'm going to give you about 5 minutes at your tables, and you can even just think about this on your own, or you can talk to the person next to you, or if you need to get a coffee, you do what you need to do. But really, really think about what brings you to this place today. And because I bet you're sitting with people that you already know, the challenge is going to be to learn something about someone that you know, but that you don't know. I want you to learn something new about them, okay? Okay, are you ready? You got 5 minutes. On your mark, get set, go. Okay, I need some water. I need water. Thank you. Okay, everybody, you have 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay. Okay, everybody, finish your thought. Come back to me slowly, slowly. Okay, so now you know why this matters to me. Let's talk about like how I learned how to actually do it. My very first job was in New York City because Edmonton was not the place for me and I planned my escape, but I was also really poor. So I found a Greyhound bus ticket and the campaign was anywhere Greyhound goes for $101. So I took a Greyhound from Edmonton to New York City. Don't do it. It was 79 hours. I have done all of our Greyhound time. Don't do it. But I moved to New York City, and my very first class was a grade 4 class. And I was a co-teacher because this was an inclusive school. And I'm like, yes, amazing. So I look at my class list with my co-teacher, who's also from Canada, so we had a really good time. But I noticed there were some kids missing on my list because I'm the special educator, and there's definitely kids who have needs on my list, don't get me wrong. But, like, I had no one with autism. I had no one with Down syndrome. I had no one with any intellectual disability. And I'm like, New York City is big enough for me to have someone with autism on my list. So I'm like, if they're not on my list, whose list are they on? So you guys, I looked for them. I looked in closets and in the basement. They were not in our school. So I start asking my colleagues, I'm like, where are the kids with autism? And they're like, oh, no, they don't go to this school. I'm like, but we're an inclusive school. And they're like, yeah, we're inclusive to the kids who are here. I'm like, I don't know if that's what inclusion is, but like, this is my first year of teaching, okay? And my colleagues are lovely people. They're very well-meaning. And they all think one thing, and I'm thinking something different. I'm like, am I the one that's off, okay? So I asked them, where do they go? And they're like, oh, they're in a different district. I'm like, a different district like the Hunger Games? What do you mean they're in a different district? So I find out in New York City, and this is not unique to New York City, all of the kids who have the most significant disabilities go to a different district. It's called District 79. I'm like, well, this is not good. But again, no one else has a problem with this. And I'm like, am I the one that's off? So I kind of was like, well, what am I going to do about that? I'm not going to take on New York City. So I did probably what everybody here does. It's like, I can't control that, so I'm going to close my door and do the best I can with the kids that I have because that's my influence, right? And so I was there for 2 years. I would have stayed longer, but they wanted me to get a master's. I'm like, I'm never going back to school because I didn't know anything at the time. And then when I was finished in New York, I moved to Vancouver. And I get a job at a secondary school, which is really my sweet spot. Like, middle school is my favorite, and this school was grades 8 to 12. And I get hired as a special educator for the life skills program, okay? And let me just show you my little muffins. They're so cute. So I had about 18 students, and they ranged between 13 and 19 years old. And I was excited because, like, these kids have autism and developmental disabilities, and we were not in a different district. We were in a neighborhood school, and I'm like, see? I knew this was possible. But then I can't find my classroom. So I ask my colleague, I'm like, where's room 149? And my colleague laughs at me. He's like, that's not a room, follow me. And he takes me to room 149, which is not a room, it's a wing, and it's behind 2 sets of double locked doors. We have our own gym, we have our own lunchroom, we have our own bathrooms, we have our own entrance to the building, and I'm like, so we're here. Is this inclusion like we're here, but nobody knows? So I'm now in my 3rd year of teaching and feeling bold. So the first year I lay low. The second year, I put my name on the agenda of the staff meeting, and it was very simple. We're coming out. Now, I would love to tell you that this went well. It was awful, because it was my first misunderstanding of inclusion, which is just throw all the kids in classrooms, right? No, it was awful. Let's talk about all the people who are mad at me. So the students are very mad at me. They're like, what are you doing, Miss Moore? I'm like, inclusion. They're like, stop it. Stop it. I don't want to go. I don't know anybody there. And because I'm not listening to them, they start to have challenging behavior. So then their parents get called. So I'm getting parents calling me, Shelly, what are you doing? I'm like, inclusion. They're like, stop it. They're like, I cannot keep getting phone calls about my kid. Like, you need to deal with it. Whatever you're doing, stop it. Because we have had peace for 4 years. I was actually able to get a job. Stop it. Oh, my educational assistants are very mad at me. They're like, Shelly, what are you doing? I'm like, the law. They're like, you need to stop it. They're like, these kids, you're wasting their time. They need life skills. They're going to be out into the world. They don't need to know about the periodic table of elements. And I'm like, yes, they do. She's like, no, you're wasting their time. Everyone's mad at me. And I'm a Leo, remember, so this isn't feeling good. So then oh my goodness, my colleagues, my teaching colleagues, they're like, Shelly, why is this kid in my class? And I don't actually know the answer, so I get sassy. I'm like, why is anybody in your class? Like, what is this kid going to get out of a senior math class? And I'm like, what's any kid going to get out of a senior math class? So you can imagine I have no friends. I have no friends. But I said to teachers, I'm like, I'll help you. Just call me. Nobody called me. So I resorted to yelling. There was one time a teacher was down the hallway who was ignoring my calls and my emails, so I yelled at him and I said, hey, Jonathan's in your class. How are you meeting his needs? And he saw me coming and hid behind a plant. I'm like, everyone is being so difficult. Why is everyone being so difficult? Because no one taught me how to change people's minds. So then I go to the bookstore and I find the perfect book dealing with difficult people, because all these people are being so difficult. Like, I am just trying to do the right thing. I am just trying to be on the right side of history. So I'm so excited to learn about how to change people's minds. And then I open the book. The first line of the book says, if you bought this book, you are the difficult person. You can imagine. I throw the book across the room. I'm like, you don't know me, Roy. So then I get really mad. I go back to the staff meeting, and I'm like, fine. I can see that we're not wanted here. We are going back in, but we are rebranding. This is not a segregated program. This is an exclusive program. We're going to have so much fun, and you're going to be like, why are you having so much fun? I'm like, because we're disabled. Beat it. Now, this worked in my favor because it was during the 2010 Olympics, okay? So we just went on field trips every single day. And what I didn't anticipate was when you walk downtown Vancouver with 18 students with developmental disabilities, you get everything for free. And my kids are picking up on this, okay? So every time there's a long line, one of my kids who's in a full motorized wheelchair, he looks at me, he's like, hey, Miss Moore, you want me to go first? I'm like, get up there. So he is getting us into all of these events. We're skipping all the lines. He gets us tickets to all these events. One time he's like, hey, Miss Moore, you want to go to Whistler? I'm like, yes, life skills, come on. So we pack up all these kids and drive to Whistler, not thinking that they're not big skiers, okay? So I don't realize that to get to the venue, we have to ride the chairlift. We get there, and the kids are like, Miss Moore, this is so dangerous. We cannot go on that. I'm like, no, you guys, we have to, or we can't get to the venue. It takes us hours to get onto the gondola, okay? Once they get on the gondola, they're like, this is the best. They won't get off. They won't get off. There's one point in the day where my students are like, Miss Moore, I'm hungry. Go get us some snacks. And I wish I had this as a photo. Me and one of my EAs are beside me, and the gondola is coming around, and we're throwing chips through the door. Like, you guys. So at the end of the day, we never made it to the venue. We just rode the gondola all day, and they're like, we love the Olympics. I'm like, me too, buddy. Me too. So like, but my strategy worked. The whole school was like, how come Shelley gets to go on all of these field trips? I'm like, because we're disabled. Sorry. Right? So there was one particular day we went to go to the torch run and probably hold the torch because we're disabled. And so we're sitting on the Sky train, and one of my EAs, her name is Sharon, she sits beside me, and she's like, Shelley, you know, I've been doing this work a long time, and I have to tell you, like, you really tried to do inclusion. I have never seen anyone try so hard, like E for effort. She's like, but this is so much better. She's like, look around, everyone's happy. You're happy you're not crying every day. We're happy we feel valued. The kids are happy, everyone's dating each other again. We're all happy. Parents are happy, the school's happy, they don't have to deal with you. I just want to say, like, I know you tried your best, but like, maybe our school just isn't ready. Maybe it was too much too fast. Maybe we need to kind of just give it more time. And I'm like, you know what? You are right. I'm not paid enough for that. It was awful. I had to go on stress leave. It is so hard to change people's minds. And I'm so stressed about it. And I'm like, you know what? You're so right. It's so right. And so I did exactly what I did in New York. I'm like, I can't control those people. So I'm going to close my door and do the best I can with the kids that I have because that is my sphere of influence. And I was okay there. And I was a very good special educator. The district would send people to my program from Germany to see it. And in education, you don't get a lot of thank yous. And so when I am getting thank yous from the district for my program, I am continually rewarded for what a good job I'm doing. I'm like, you know what? Inclusion's impossible. Inclusion is a pie-in-the-sky dream. Schools aren't built for this. Education is not designed to be inclusive, and I was okay there. Let's just enjoy that moment because it didn't last because I'm here, but it was a nice moment. It was so easy. Everyone agreed with me. I could do whatever I wanted to. I'm like, you guys want some hot chocolate? Life skills, let's go. Let's go. So then what happened is there's a professional development day like today, right? And the speaker, his name's Barry Bennett, and he was a speaker in the early 2000s and from Ontario and talked about the importance of community, which we know is important. But the thing about secondary school is that even today, we're still very much relying on compliance for engagement. And so it just was a really good reminder that community is important no matter how old you are, and I know you know that. And he did talk about that, but he also talked about something else, and this is what threw me over the edge. Ready? After lunch, we come in, and he puts this on the screen, and I'm like, uh-oh. It says, how many of you are refined at a practice that you don't believe in? And I was like, thanks, Barry. Thanks for the reminder. And he talked about this in the afternoon. He talked about how education is so tricky because, like, if you get into education, like, let's just start at a minimum, you think kids are okay. Let's just start there, okay? But when I really talk to people in the field of education, like, we're in this field because we want to do right by kids. We want to do right by families. We want to do better than often the experience that we had in school, right? And so I'm sitting there and I'm watching this and I'm like, this is me, because like I realized on that day that I was really, really good at a practice that I absolutely don't believe in. I went into special education to dismantle it. I forgot. Because, and he says, and it's not a surprise because this is what happens in education, is we have this giant gap where we know what we believe, we know like what kids need. We have a very, very sound philosophy about what it means to learn and to support kids and that belonging is important. And then we have to navigate these conditions that are absolutely not good for kids. Oh my goodness. Education was not designed to be inclusive or equitable or diverse. It was designed to sort. It was designed to standardize. And so now we're in this, we're like, oh yes, I value all of you, but here, take this standardized test that ranks you. Like, that's not good for kids. And so we're put in these situations where we actually now have to engage in practices that we know are not good for kids. And once I realized this, I'm like, well, now I can't keep going knowing this. And he says, and this is often what happens, people, because you try and bridge it and you realize it's very hard to do. And so what happens is we often pick a side. And people who pick philosophy often don't stay in education. And people who pick practice get really, really good at things and sometimes forget that that doesn't align with our beliefs. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? I tried to bridge this. I really tried, and it didn't work. So now I'm like, I guess I'm getting out of education. Now, I don't know if you've had those days in your life where you're like, I am done. Maybe it happened this week, because it happens all the time. You're like, education is impossible. There's not enough resources. I can't change people's minds. There's too many there's a million reasons why you should get out of education. And on this day was one of my days. And I was driving across the bridge in Vancouver, and it was sunny and it was hot, and a FedEx truck driver passed me, okay? And I looked over, and he is blasting whatever version of Pink Pony Club was playing, okay? His socks are pulled up really high, and he is singing, and I'm like, that's my calling. I need to be a FedEx truck driver. I want an outfit. I want a FedEx truck dog. Everyone's happy when you get a package. I'm like, I'm quitting, and I'm going to go work for FedEx. So that was my new plan. And I go to see my principal to tell him that I'm quitting to join FedEx. And I tell him the whole story. And he was great. He was a great principal. And whenever I came in to rant, which was often, he would always say to me, Shelley, do you want me just to hear you out today, or do you want me to actually respond today? And you should write that down, because I use that with my wife every day. Okay? So I walk in, and I'm like, I need a response, or I'm going to work for FedEx. He's like, okay, I'm ready. So I tell him the whole story. Barry Bennett, the Olympics, New York, the whole story. He's like, okay, I got a response for you. I'm like, it's better be good. He's like, okay. I want you to imagine that you're a bus driver. I'm like, do I get an outfit? He's like, yes. I'm like, good. He's like, what does your bus look like? I'm like, you know what my bus looks like, Lauren. He's like, it's true. This is your rainbow bus of love. He's like, I've been watching you the last couple years, and I'm seeing you try to get people on the bus. I'm like, yeah, and they're not listening to me. He's like, it's true. And so when they don't listen to you, you pull over and chase them. I'm like, yeah, because who else is doing it? He's like, okay, but I think you're missing something. He goes, every time you get off the bus to chase people, no one's driving. And I'm like, that's why you're paid the big bucks, Lauren. I'm like, Lauren, there's nobody to drive. He's like, well, I was hoping you would say that. And he pulled out the staff list, and he highlights all these people's names. He's like, have you talked to these people? I'm like, well, apparently I'm too busy chasing the other people. He's like, go talk to these people. So I did. And my error was thinking, like, I thought that I was trying to get people on the bus to support kids with autism, right? And like with developmental disabilities. And the people that he highlighted were not teachers of disability, but they were teachers of English language learners. They were teachers in the behavior program, in the learning assistance program, in the alternate program, like all of the programs. And I was like, oh, I see. All the people you highlighted are working with the kids who've been disenfranchised. I see how that works. And so he's like, make a committee. I'll feed you good food, no melon. I'll come. So we show up, very first meeting. There's like 12 of us around the table. And we all share what inclusion means. And we're on the same page because we all want our kids to be safe and feel belonging and have success. Of course we do. But as soon as we change the question to what does inclusion look like for the students that you're supporting, every single one of us had a different answer. And I'm like, interesting. So we all are driving a bus, but we are driving different buses. So I run to Lauren. I'm like, do you know that we're driving different buses? He's like, yes, that's the problem. Which bus are teachers going to get on? Which one? There's a lot of buses. Which one are they going to get on? And then we did this experiment where we took all of our caseloads and pooled them. And guess what we noticed? When we put all our kids together, we represented 63% of the school. And I'm like, when 63% of the school is in a program, it's not the kids. So I'm like, Lauren, we got to get people on this bus. He's like, okay, so here is what you guys need to do. People don't know which bus to get on. You need to figure out one bus. You need to figure out where you're going, and you need to figure out the route. Because no one has time to get on a bus with no destination. No one has time to get on a bus where they don't know where it's going. He's like, stop chasing people and start driving. I'm like, but what if they don't get on? He's like, well, this is the great thing we know about buses, is that once you have a route, buses will always come back. He's like, so like, it's okay if they don't get on because they'll have another chance. He's like, but they will never get on if they don't know the route. You guys need to figure out where you're going and how you're going to get there. People will get on the bus. And that was probably the best advice I ever got because it meant that I could stop fighting. And I realized my job isn't to change people's minds. My job is to show people what to do, to show where this bus goes, to show that it's absolutely possible. Because you know what? We are tired. We would love to get on a bus. We've been walking for years. We would love it. Where are we going? Where are we going? So this is going to be our job for the rest of the day. We're going to have a little break soon. But to think about how do we figure out where we're going and be on the same page about where we're going, and then what are some things we can do to actually get there. Because we're not just talking about disability. We're talking about all of the kids whose school doesn't work for, which is increasing every year. Have you noticed? It is working for fewer and fewer more children and families. We need to figure out a better route. So this is going to be our plan, but I am going to pause. This is actually a natural time for a break. Is this an okay time to break for you guys? We'll take 15 minutes. Okay. Let's come back at 10:25, and then we're going to start to get into what the heck is this route? How do we do this? You have 15 minutes. On your mark, get set, go. You're doing a great job so far, guys. We'll see you back. Thank you.
Test. Yeah, no. Yeah, she didn't even tell me. She just does her own thing.
I'm so sorry.
Because we're disabled.
You're not wrong.
So, take a quick break, but we're going to do some draws here. Jan is going to come along. 3:30 to 4:30, the 3 sessions. We did the 2:30s. That was only one? Okay. DJ, are you ready? We'll remove the bus of love there.
Take off the bus of love.
I thought we did the 2:30s here. We're doing 3:30 to 4:30, I believe. Okay. Is this 3:30 to 4:30, DJ? I don't even know, man. I'm lost just as much as you are. I am lost, but I am found. We've got tons of prizes to give away here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a beautiful star blanket later on, some ribbon skirts. No ribbon shirts, though. I don't know. They're always leaving men out. Must be a new movement or something. Alrighty, here we go. 3:30 to 4:30, we're going to get each. So that you should have 3. Okay. You Jennifer first. So we're going to give away 10, not 10 prizes from each one, but a few from each one. Yeah. Okay, we'll do 3, and then 3 again. 5 each? Okay, we're going to do 5 each. Kimi Dlaju. Kimi Dlaju. Come on up. I believe someone's got to write this down here. I don't know if at the table. Yeah? Okay. Kimi Dlaju. There you go. Where are you from? I'm glad you won here today, Kimi. Up next. Oh, one more. Keep going. Jeremy almost. Ramona Patty. Ramona Patty. Does anybody know Ramona Patty? Ramona Patty. Washroom? Ramona Patty. You just got to go let the lady know at the table. Up next. Tanya Wolf. Tanya Wolf. Right here. Jan is going to give Tanya Wolf. Way over there. Oh, she's coming. She's coming. We found her. So that is 3. So 2 more. 2 more names. So someone left their last name out. Tanya. Kiseyini. Wake up. Gerald, wake up. Are you here? You? Right on, right on. Right there, nice photo. You got to go show the lady there the what she won. Okay, one more from this, and then we'll go on to the next. No, over there. You got to go see them. He wanted a picture, but Jeremy Sylvester. Yeah. Jeremy Sylvester. That's number 5. You got to show the lady there. What's your name, sorry? Tara? Sarah. Sarah, sorry. Number 2. Okay, 5 more there, DJ. What time did she give us? She gave us 15 minutes. So we got to be done. Delphine Vincent. Delphine Vincent. Man, this Test, test. Up next. Oh, that one sounds pretty good, eh? We've got a pod sensory swing. That one's going to go to Roxanne Campbell. Roxanne Campbell. Roxanne. So, ladies and gentlemen, once we continue our keynote presentation, I'm going to remind everybody the table talk is getting a little overwhelming for the people. You think you're in the back, but the sound carries pretty well to the front. So please be mindful and just chill out and pay attention. That's all you got to do. You know? Just think about some of the kids that got to sit there and you might get upset when they're talking. We're doing the same things, just on a bigger scale. Right? Being a teacher is sometimes more like being a social worker sometimes. But if there's kids talking in your classroom and it disrupts your teaching methods, the same thing is happening here. So we got to be good role models for ourselves, for our peers from each nation. Tapwe? Thank you. Masi. Hi, hi. Okay, next. Looks like Melanie Martin. Melanie Martin. Martin up. Hey. Faithful. One more? I believe that's what, 4? Sarah, how many was that in the second one? That was 5 already? Oh, no, we got one more. Pull up the next one. Okay, the next and final one. Going to go to Diane Martel. Diane Martel, we're all going to Waterhen. Anybody know Diane? And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, 2 sets of Oilers tickets against Chicago Blackhawks are going to be giving away. So make sure you fill out your evaluation forms. We're doing that right after. So I believe Sydney is going to exit our Eagle staff here this afternoon, and then we'll do the draws after. We'll do the draws after you exit the Eagle staff. That's good. At 1 o'clock. Well, we'll get a couple speeches and then we'll, yep. Tapwe? Tapwe. There you go, say. Okay, next winner. Ida Sylvester. You got something there? She's a Blue Jays fan. Nope. You're a Dodgers fan? Okay. Next winner up. How you guys feeling? Pretty chill? You guys want to go home? You miss your home bed? Anybody win big last night? Desiree Benson. Yeah, you know, when 9 nations go together to a conference, you don't even say hi in the morning, you know, because you saw them last night at the casino and you say, "Did you win?" No good morning, no hi, no how are you, no nothing. Did you win? And then you see that look on their face is like, oh man, buy me breakfast look, you know? It was a rough one. Desiree, congratulations. 2 more. 2 more, and that's gonna go to the finest blanket and all around, Tony. Look at that. Man, you got some beautiful long hair too. Is that hair? I don't know if you could be wearing something, but yeah, you are, man. Right on. Just let it flow like this. Let's see it. We need a fan here just blowing on your hair. Right on, man. Congratulations. One more. Is that good? You got 15? We'll do one more. Yeah. Melissa Cantor. Oh, like, good thing I said one more here, otherwise you would have been sitting down still. Just kidding. Congratulations. Thank you. You want to say anything about winning this?
Thank you.
Right on. It's like you won an Oscar. Yeah. No more, they said. We went over budget. So next year, no prizes, they said. This guy keeps giving away all the prizes. It was a gift card and a, what do you call that? Pop socket. Yeah, a Beat It pop socket. Amazon gift card. Yeah. No, pop socket and Amazon gift card. $25? It's a $25. I don't know which one. Yeah. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask everybody to please make their way to their seats. There's some snacks available there if you miss breakfast. But we'll keep things rolling. Right after lunch, we're going to have our closing ceremonies, of course. And this evening, or this afternoon rather, you're going to have to be here to collect your prizes. Nobody's going to be able to. So we're going to compile. And also, I am told that we're going to try to get some of the elders. Hey, Lisa? Some elders? Is that it? Is that it? Or? Why? What do you? Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine. We'll just say that's, is that it though? Okay, put them together. That's it. You don't have to tell them. Yeah, put them together. Put them together though. We did those 2:30 to 3:30. Okay. From yesterday? Or? Oh, I thought we did. Okay. Alrighty. So once again, just a quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you are parked across the way, like I did a couple years ago, my MacBook was stolen. Please don't leave any valuables across. It was right around this time that my car got broken into. So just a reminder. And also, even if you think you're sitting way over there, we can hear you over here. Okay? Tapwe? I don't want to say much more than that. Otherwise, I will sound like I'm writing an essay on how to listen to a doctor at a conference. Right? And we don't want that, man. We want to get out of here and go home and go shopping at Costco. Right? So, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is all yours, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Masi.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you got a snack. Okay, just while people are grabbing their just last few morsels here, I have a question. Just while everyone kind of gets seated, and the question is: if you think about our time so far today, what is one useful idea? What's one thing you're putting in your pocket and taking home with you? What's one thing you're holding on to? Maybe something you connected to, something that you're validated about, something that you haven't thought about before. What's one useful idea? I'm going to give you 2 minutes for that, and then I'm going to start to walk you through what this can look like in a classroom, okay? Go ahead. You got 2 minutes. On your mark, get set, go. Okay, everybody, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Okay. So, where we ended our story is we're realizing at our school that we need to figure out our bus and our destination and our route. And so the first thing we came together as our committee is to figuring out, well, what does not just inclusion mean, but what does it look like for our school? And we found this visual, and we found it really helpful because we're like, how do we create communities where children and students have purpose and they have roles and responsibilities? This is more than just existing. This is more than just being enrolled in a class. And this I learned from my first efforts at inclusion, which is you can't just throw the kids together in a room. That's not enough, okay? And so we found a lot of great conversations around this visual. How do we include special needs children into general education classrooms? And I started presenting and having this conversation with schools all over the world. I loved this slide, okay? And then, I'm teaching a course at the University of British Columbia, and one of my students, her name is Julie, she sees this slide and she's like, I hate this slide. I'm like, Julie, don't you want to pass my class? Pull yourself together. She's like, no, Shelley, I totally disagree with you. I don't think that this is inclusion. I'm like, Julie, I have shared this slide all over the world. What do you mean this isn't inclusion? She's like, okay, well, let's talk about it. She's like, okay, so first problem. I see a whole bunch of green dots. Are those supposed to be the normal children? I'm like, why you gotta say it like that? And then she's like, those non-green dots, are those supposed to be the special needs children? And I'm like, maybe. She's like, okay, so here's the problem. I have been a teacher for a very long time. I have never had that many normal students in my class. Like, on what planet do you think classrooms look like this? She's like, here's the other thing I've learned. Those non-green dots, this is what I've learned. The blue dots are attached to blue teachers and they follow blue plans. And the red dots are attached to red teachers and they follow red plans. Yellow dots, yellow teachers, yellow plans. She's like, and what I've learned is that all of those plans have one thing in common. They're plans to make them green. She's like, that's not inclusion, that's assimilation. I was like, okay, you can pass. And it was this really eye-opening conversation that is probably the biggest misunderstanding of inclusion, which is we think inclusion means that these kids who are different have to become a part of a dominant group that's the same. Like, this is how education was created. And as soon as we started talking about this, one of the teachers in the class is autistic. He yells out, Thank goodness someone said it. I hate inclusion. I'm like, Alex, what do you mean you hate inclusion? He's like, listen, I was the kid that was included. I have autism, and I was included in all of my classes, and everyone was so happy. My parents were happy. The teachers were happy. So then I was confused because I wasn't happy. So I'm like, what's wrong with me? He's like, and then I figured it out. In grade 11, I looked at my IEP, and there was 2 goals that stood out to me. The first goal was I have to look at people in the eye when I communicate. He's like, my second goal was I can't hyper-focus on off-topic interest areas. And he's like, those goals are trying to take away my autism. Those goals are trying to make me not disabled. And he's like, no wonder I don't feel belonging in these classes because they're trying to make me not me. He's like, do you want to know where I feel the most included? When I'm with my autistic friends. Because they don't care that I don't look at them in the eye. And they're like, everyone knows you can look at people between the eyes. He's like, but I also realized that no one else had those goals. Like, my peers didn't have to look at people in the eye. My peers could hyper-focus on TikTok, but I can't hyper-focus on license plates. Who cares? You know? And so it was this really, really important conversation. And I said to Alex, I'm like, but Alex, that's not inclusion. He's like, that's what people think it is. And so then there's this other woman, and I asked if I could share this because it was such a good point, but there was another teacher in the group, and she's African-Canadian, okay? And she's like, you know, I'm hearing Alex, and I'm hearing Julie, and what I'm hearing is that in order to be successful, you either have to be green or you have to mask real hard. Because if you do not show that you are what you should be, you actually lose opportunities. She's like, and I need to acknowledge this because, like, Alex basically said that for him to get through education, he had to mask his autism. She's like, but I also have to point out that some of us can't mask. She's like, I can't not be black. She's like, but I'm going to be honest. She's like, even in this institution today, the University of British Columbia, if I don't act as white as possible, I'm not physically safe. She's like, so we can talk about masking, and we can talk about learning, or we can talk about staying alive. I'm like, no, that's not inclusion. And she's like, that is what people think it is. And she's like, I don't like inclusion either. I feel my most self and my most safe when I'm with my own people. And I'm like, but that's not inclusion. And they're like, that is the world we live in. And I was thankful for that because, like, I'm white. I'm not a racialized person. And although my wife might disagree, I don't think I have autism, right? But it's this idea of, I was really grateful for those stories because it was different than my own experience. But then once I heard those stories, I'm like, well, that's exactly why I didn't feel safe at school either, right? I was different. I didn't fit in. I wasn't like them. So then I'm like, well, now what do? Do we give up? Do we give up? Because now I don't like this slide either, and maybe I don't like inclusion either now. Because you realize that we're trying to include these kids that actually don't fit, and once we force them together, they still don't feel like they fit, and sometimes actually feel more isolated, and the research supports that. So I'm like, well, what do? Do we quit? Do we stop trying? So me and my students, we agreed that we didn't want to quit, but if we were going to keep going on this inclusion thing, we had to redefine our destination as, this is not the goal. The goal is not to become green or to mask green or to suppress yourself to be like the others. That's not the goal. Because if that's the goal and you're not like the others, you get othered. And you know when it happens when you hear things like those kids, those people. Don Cherry got fired for this, remember? Right? He got fired because he said those people on the radio in reference to immigrants. And that's a fireable offense because when you say those people, you're communicating that that group is worth less than. That's not inclusion. So how do we redefine this destination as something maybe even as simple as how do we stop othering people? How do we stop saying those kids and those people? And then we realize that the only way we can do that is by actually acknowledging that all of us are an other, right? And our communities were made up of each other. And so we felt much better about this diagram because this absolutely looks more like our classrooms today. It looks more like this room and like IKEA. Is there an IKEA in Saskatoon? Costco. There's a Costco in Saskatoon, right? This is much more the society of the world that we live in. And now there's no more of those kids. There's just kids. And so as a parent, I have a 4.5-year-old. She's just starting kindergarten. And I think about what are the skills I want her to have. I want her to be able to navigate a world that looks like this, where difference isn't scary. Difference is an opportunity to learn. And so my little parent heart feels great. My teacher heart, I'm having a panic attack because I need 25 EAs for that class. I need 30 IEPs for that class because what I was taught to do as a teacher is you make a plan for green. You make a plan for where kids should be, and then they show up and they're not where they should be, and so we adapt and modify for individuals. That's what I was taught to do. And so if that's my strategy, and I'm trying to do that with a classroom that's diverse, the diversity is actually a burden. It's a workload that's impossible and too high, and then people push back against inclusion, and they start to resent inclusion because it's associated with an impossible workload. And it's true, it is an impossible workload if the goal is to make everybody green, because here's the secret, there's some people who will never be green. And sometimes the greenest people in the world are actually not green at all, they've just got really, really good at masking. And sometimes those people are teachers because they're like, I love school so much, I'm going to stay in school forever. And so sometimes it's even reminding ourselves that we also are not green. We've just done a really good job of playing this game called school. So now I'm like, oh, okay, well, what are we going to do? Because like in politics and in funding models, a class that looks like that is impossible. And so our strategy is how do we dilute the diversity? As opposed to what I really think needs to happen, which is how do we teach and respond to the diversity where the goal is actually to maintain the integrity of the diversity. That sounds amazing. I was not taught how to do that. I was taught as a student in a green school, and I learned very quickly that I was fluorescent purple, and I wasn't a good masker, and I didn't do well, and I learned very quickly that school was not a place for me, okay? So how do we do that where we have other fluorescent purple kids? How do we teach to them without making them feel like they don't fit or they have to change to be successful? How do you do that? I wasn't taught that. I wasn't taught as a student like that. I wasn't taught as a teacher like that. I wasn't taught how to support kids like that. So now I'm stressed because I can acknowledge that this is what I want to do, and I can acknowledge that this cannot be more work. No one has more time or just like extra room on their plate. This cannot be more work. But I also have started to realize that this is often different than we've experienced as educators or as students. It's going to take shifts in thinking, and it's going to take shifts in practice, and it's going to take time. It's going to take time. But like aiming for this unrealistic goal that we all need to, there's a way that a child should be. Or like you should be reading at this level, you should be behaving at this level, you should be on time, you should be able to sit, you should be able to wait. Like all of these shoulds. Well, what if they're not? What if they're not? So, I mean, like, this has taken me 2 decades to understand. Okay? It's taken me a long time to truly understand that. But if you know me enough by now, you know that how I understand things is like I can read research, but when I see it with my eyeballs, that's when it makes sense. Okay? So something happened recently where I went through these two differences, and it was 4 minutes. It wasn't 2 decades of learning. It was 4 minutes of experience to help me understand this. Okay? I'm going to tell you about it. Are you ready? Okay. So this happened to me this summer. So you know that I live on a little island, and my daughter, Meta, she gets invited to her first friend birthday party. Now, when you live in a rural community, birthday parties are high stakes because you find out when you're not invited to something. So when she's invited, I'm like, ugh, yes, she's in. Because this is her cohort for the next 20 years. Like, she needs to be invited. Like, this is a big deal. So she gets invited to this birthday party, and I'm so excited for her. Now, before I tell you about the birthday party where I had this revelation, I have to tell you something important about Meta that's important to know. Okay, so Meta, 4 years old at the time, the important thing to know about Meta is that despite my best efforts, she's the girliest girl I know. Okay? Like, I have tried with the gender-neutral colors, and she is not interested. She's like pink, pink, purple, sparkles. She gives me kisses like this, sprinkle. I'm like, who taught you that? But you know what? I can lean into this. So imagine like she gets invited to this other 4-year-old girl birthday party. It's not green dots, it's pink dots. And she is not masking. Like, this is her true self, and I will absolutely support her girliness. I mean, I'm having a hard time identifying as a dance mom, but I will work on it. Okay? So, the other thing about Meta that's interesting, though, is that even though she's super girly, she also has this element of macabre. And I love this about her because she doesn't carry around a bunny. No, she carries around a skeleton, okay? So I think this is hilarious, okay? So this is Skelly Moore, okay? Skelly is part of our family. Skelly has a bath every night. Skelly comes on vacation with us. We have backup Skellys in the closet just in case something goes wrong, okay? We love Skelly. Meta, she has a bedroom with pink walls, but also flying bats. Like, she is this amazing, unique human. And I love this about her, but because of this, you never know when the freak's gonna fly. Like, it could pop out at any moment in time. But I think this is amazing, okay? So Meta gets invited to this birthday party, and I absolutely see this as here, but just imagine green as pink, okay? So all of these little girls running around at this pink birthday party, and Meta is in her glory, and this is real, this is on brand, this is who she is. And so I don't know if any of you who are special educators do this, but like when I go to events and I'm bored, I assess people. I can't help it. But when I do, I get this face. Jessica's always like, stop assessing people, you look like a creep. Because I'm in the corner and I'm like. And at this birthday party, the person that I'm assessing that I've zoomed in on is the balloon animal guy. He is very interesting. So let me tell you about the balloon animal guy. So he is setting up, getting ready for the birthday party, and I have zeroed in. Okay, so what he's doing is he's putting green painter's tape on the floor, like a big circle. So I'm like, is he making a balloon? Like, I'm so confused. And then he puts up a sign, and it says, "The Waiting Zone Dance Party." And I'm like, oh, that's very clever. That's very clever. So I'm like, he must have been doing this for a long time because, he can only make one balloon at a time. And so that means kids are going to have to wait. And kids have a hard time waiting. So he is anticipating that. He's like, I'm going to make a dance party while kids are waiting. And I'm like, oh, that's really good. But that's not all he does, okay? Then he pulls out these binders, okay? And when I look at the binders, each page has a picture and a word of every balloon that he can make. And I'm like, oh, that's very clever because kids have a hard time deciding what they want. And sometimes if it's too open-ended, they're like, I don't know. I don't know, I just, you know what I mean? Like they just kind of, it's like choice overload. But he also has pictures in there because he knows that some kids aren't going to be able to read yet. He also is not organizing the balloons by girl balloons and boy balloons. It's just balloons. And I'm like, wow, I am really impressed by this guy because he's like, he's not shooting at all. He's like, there are going to be kids that have a hard time waiting. There are going to be kids who have a hard time choosing. There's going to be kids that have a hard time reading. What can I do ahead of time, okay? He also knows that there's going to be some kids that have a hard time sharing, so he has 3 of those binders, and I'm like, this guy probably doesn't even know how well he aligns to the research. I should tell him. And Jessica's like, please don't. You are a weirdo creep. So, but I'm really impressed because I'm realizing that in his own little way, he's doing the middle visual, right? Like he's not saying you should know how to stand in a line. You should know how to take turns. You should know how to read. You should know how to share. You should, like, he's not doing that. He is doing the opposite, which is, let's anticipate every possible thing that could go wrong and put a support in place to bypass the crisis. And I'm like, oh, that's good. And often that comes intuitively over time, but he is so intentional, and I'm like, this is the difference. There are no shoulds. There are, what's the goal? We want everyone to be able to have a balloon. What could possibly get in the way of that? And he doesn't wait. He puts it in. He did a Mrs. Smith. He anticipated needs before he even started. And if that's the only thing you take from today, I'll be happy, okay? So now it's time for balloons. And so he yells out to the girls, it's time for balloons. Come to the dance party. And they all run to the dance party. And he says, you can choose whatever balloon you want, whatever balloon speaks to you. So not only has he created conditions for the girls to have needs and be supported, but he's also said, you can be whatever dot you want. You don't all have to be the same. You don't all have to be the same thing. You can be whoever you want to be. And how many times do we say that to kids? Be yourself. We'll say that all the time. So the first little girl gets up. She's so excited. She says to the balloon guy, I want a unicorn. He's like, you got it. Squeak, 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 squeak. Here you go. Off she runs. Everyone is happy. Second little girl, I wanted a unicorn. He's like, no problem. You can also have a unicorn. Here's your unicorn. No problem. Everyone's happy. Except the third girl, the fourth girl, the fifth. They all want unicorns. And I start chuckling because this is so typical. We tell kids, be yourself, be bold, be brave. And they're all just like, we want to be the same. Right? Now, in defense of the birthday party, this community has only been established for half an hour. So, like, I get it. People aren't taking big risks. I get it, okay? Because there's also something to be said about the safety in just blending in sometimes, right? Just, like, not standing out. Like, I get that. But then I start thinking, what a great opportunity for Meta to be weird. Because this poor balloon guy, every unicorn he makes, his soul is draining because he's like, my skill set is so much bigger than this, you know? So I am standing there. It is Meta's turn. And I'm too far to intervene. Like, I really can only see what happens. But I'm thinking to myself, like, as parents do, come on, Meta, be bold. Be brave. Be the one that's brave and takes a risk and is true to yourself. So this is what I'm thinking. And so she gets up there. She doesn't even look at the binder. She looks at the guy right in the eyes, and she's like, I want a bat. I'm like, yeah, you do. That's my daughter. The brave one, the bold one, the one who took a risk to be her true self, and I have never been so proud. And have you seen those moments where your kid is like feeling confident, and they're like, I am going to really be myself, even though they're the only person who's being different? Can you put yourself in that place? It feels so good. I'm like, I'm doing such a good job parenting. I'm so proud of her. The balloon guy is thrilled. He's like, I'm going to make you the best bat ever. So everyone's happy. I'm so proud of her. So I'm standing there. I'm so proud. She's so excited. The balloon guy is so excited. And I'm like, what a great moment this is. And then my stomach hits the floor. I feel like I'm going to throw up. because the unicorns start running towards Meta, and I didn't think about them. And you know there's a ringleader, and you know her name is Frances, and she is coming. And given my experience growing up, this is not going to go well, because what in my mind is going to happen is one of those kids are going to look at Meta and be like, weirdo, it's not Halloween, and she will never go to a birthday party again. Because yes, she's bold and brave, but she's also very sensitive. And it's too late for me to intervene. There is nothing I can do, and this is the worst feeling as a parent, where you see your kid about to get hurt and there is nothing you can do. And I caught myself thinking, Meta, why didn't you just pick a unicorn? Because of course I want her to be brave, but I also want her to be safe. And I don't want her to ever be hurt. And I don't want her to ever be excluded. And so now I'm panicking because this is not going to go well. And all I can do is clean up the mess, and it's going to be bad. Have I painted the picture enough for you? Are you with me in that moment? Okay. So I see Meta, and she's so excited, and I'm devastated because she's about to break. And this balloon guy is handing this balloon to her, and Frances is whipping around the corner, and there's nothing I can do, so I cover my ears. And Frances looks over at Meta and does this. Meta! Cool bat, chase us. Okay, well, that's not what I thought was going to happen. I start crying, and Jessica's like, go outside and pull yourself together. What are you doing? And I'm just like, you don't understand what this means in the research. And she's like, okay, Shelly, stop it. Because I really wasn't expecting that. And so Meta doesn't get hurt at all. She perks up, she chases the unicorns. There's a moment in the day where all of the unicorns and Meta are jumping on a king-size bed of whoever's house this is, and all the unicorns are chanting, bat, bat, bat. I am a mess. I go up to every parent, thank you for raising such kind and inclusive daughters, and they're like, are you okay? I'm like, you don't know what this means in the research. So I am an absolute mess, okay? Because I really thought, given my own experience in school, that we'd have to leave the island. Like, we're done. She's going to be labeled a weirdo for the rest of her life. And so I really thought about this because, like, what I realized from this story is a couple of things. So the first one is that balloon guy did everything right to create conditions for kids to take a risk and be themselves and be supported. He did everything right. He was the difference between saying all the kids should be able to do this to let's just see about the kids who are here and what they need. There's no should, okay? But something else happened that made me realize that this cannot be the end of the conversation. You'll notice there's a blank spot there. And that's because this is what I realized. As a special educator, I was taught that inclusion means we need to support the bats, okay? All of our advocacy, all of our resources go into supporting the bats. You with me? But this is not what happened on this day. Even though this balloon animal guy did everything right, there was a moment where the impact of his design and its effect on Meta's belonging left his hands and went into the hands of Frances and the unicorns. And I'm like, oh, because if that went another way, if Frances said, weirdo, it's not Halloween, all of the efforts, every effort of that balloon animal guy would have gone down the toilet. He could have done everything right, and if the unicorns didn't make room for Meta, none of it would have mattered. And I'm like, we are missing the most important part of inclusion, which is here we are putting all of our resources into supporting the bats. I'm like, when are we supporting the unicorns? Because they are actually the ones that hold the power of belonging. It's the unicorns that decide if a bat is going to be included, not the balloon animal guy. And I'm like, everything I know about inclusion is now different because I have been advocating and fighting for bats and supporting bats my whole life, being a bat myself, and now I'm like, we got to change our strategy because if the bats are being expected to go into a place where the unicorns are not supported, inclusion goes nowhere. And Meta not only would never be a bat again, she would learn that the only way to be successful is to be pink. And that would have been the beginning of a very long journey with her cohort that it's not safe to be anything other than like the unicorns. And she would never feel belonging because that's not how it works. Because there's two factors in the research that influence belonging more than any other. And the first one is that you can truly be yourself. You can be whatever color you want. But the other part of belonging, and we've talked about this already, is that in order for you to be yourself, you have to see yourself. And so when this happened at the birthday party, I really lost it. The little girl behind Meta, guess what she asked for? A bat! And I'm like, I can't handle this. I can't handle this. Because Meta had the conditions for her to feel safe to be a bat, so that the girl behind her saw herself to say, I can be a bat too. And this is how inclusion works. And so I'm like, we need a new meme. Because the meme that we see all over the place is, in a world of unicorns, be a bat. And the emotional labor is on the bat to be brave. But we're real, that's the wrong meme. That's the wrong meme. This is the meme we need. In a world of unicorns, be a unicorn that celebrates a bat. Be a unicorn that makes room for a bat. We need to support unicorns to do this work, not the bats, because I want you to bring a bat in your family to mind. We all have one. It might be you. And I want you to think about how many resources it would take to change them into a unicorn. Think about it. And it's a trick question because there aren't enough resources in the world to change a bat. A bat's only job is to bat. And we have a sinkhole of resources going into supporting these bats, and the impact is lost because we have no resources going to the unicorns. And so this becomes my new question, is how do we support unicorns so that our bats can truly identify? And this is the evolution where I am right now, which is if we really want kids to be able to identify who they are, it's not just the conditions we need to create, it's the community that we need to support. Because if the community is not supported, kids learn very, very fast what colors it's not okay to be. And so what I like about this one too is that I thought about this in terms of Trivial Pursuit pies. Did you know that it's Canadian invented, right? And so all of these little pies are different colors that represent all of our identities because we're also not just one-dimensional, right? And to help kids to see like, ooh, I have this pie piece and this pie piece and this pie piece. Like, there are so many worlds and communities that kids and us are a part of. And so you could imagine that if you come from communities that are disenfranchised, how many of those pie pieces are affected when kids don't feel safe. Like, it is no wonder kids are having a hard time. So then this is my job, this is my goal. How do we create conditions for kids to identify? And we can talk about this in terms of bats, we can talk about this in terms of culture, we can talk about this in terms of language, we can talk about this in terms of autism. All of these are different identities that we need to create space for so that, you know what happens when kids are like, hey, that's like me. That's like me. And they're proud to say, hey, that color's like me. A really cute story happened recently. I was at a kindergarten class at the beginning of the year, and the teacher, the first thing she does every year is she has a potluck for all the families to come together. I mean, it's a beautiful thing that many groups do. So I was invited to this potluck, and I'm standing at the back of the room with a mom, and the food is like across the room, so I'm not close enough to hear the conversation, but we see it. So me and a mom are standing on the wall, and while we're talking, her son goes up to the table, and another boy goes up to the table, and so they're talking to each other, but we can't hear it. But all of a sudden, we see these two boys jump up and down and hug each other. And so we're like, oh, they must realize that they play on the same soccer team. Like they've realized that they have a color in common. You're like me, and they're hugging each other. They're 5. But we don't know what it is. We don't know what the connection is. And so whatever, we move on with our day. But then the mom emails me a couple days later. She's like, do you want to know what the connection was? I'm like, yes. So they're at the food table because she asks her son, she's like, why were you so excited to see that other kid there? And he's like, oh, Mom, that's Josh. We're both gluten-free. It was the cutest thing ever. So this is what I mean. Like, how are we creating those conditions for kids to be like, you're like me. This is how we're like me. But hey, this is how we're different. But that's actually how we come together. Okay, do you want to see the bat? Are you ready? It's so good. Look at it, look at it. Look at the bat. Look at the bat. And it wasn't until I made this presentation that I realized she has bats on her dress, which is why she chose a bat. Like, it's so cute. But what I love is, like, the girls in the background, they're like, yeah, we can have bats at our party. We still get our juice box. It's fine, you know? And I mean, this was, again, 4 minutes of an emotional roller coaster for me. But I always come back to this and I think, like, this is probably, without even her realizing, a really key moment in her identity to say, is this okay to be? Is this okay to be here? Is this okay with these people? And there are people in this room, I guarantee you, where they go places and they know that it's not safe to be who they are in that space. It's not safe to be a particular color or a particular wedge color in the communities that they're in. And so, like, this isn't just about kids or families. This is also about us to understand that we also are Trivial Pursuit pies, and that we also have different colors and identities that we have actually a long time been told they're not safe to be. And so sometimes this work with schools and communities is also understanding that this is also a journey for us to realize maybe it is okay for me to think about that again and to try that again and to create those conditions for my colleagues and for each other to say, this is okay for you to be here. I'm a safe person for you. And it's that healing journey from the unicorn perspective, because this is what I've realized is that inclusion is actually the responsibility of the community, not the responsibility of the person being excluded. So how do we support them, not just the bats? Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. That was enough of a monologue. I wanna hand this over to you and kind of give you a minute to think about this. What are you connecting to? What's standing out for you? You have 2 minutes. On your mark, get set, go. What are you thinking about? Go ahead. Talk to each other. Talk to each other. What's that? You have a roofie? Is she a terrier? Oh, yeah, same. You know, what's her name? And she lives her best life. She lives her best life.
Yeah, so my partner always
Yeah.
tells me,
Yeah.
you're the boss of her. Tell her what to do.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Yes. No. She trains me. I don't train her, right? Yes.
Admitting that. And then my partner's looking at me and saying, no, don't let her rule you.
I'm like,
Sorry,
you don't
it's already
understand.
happening.
You don't understand.
Sorry,
I'm
yeah, I
trained.
know, it's already
Because
done.
I am getting trained. You understand. I love that. You harness her. You harness her on those hard days. I love it. She is. She is. Okay, everybody, you got 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, 30 seconds. Finish your thought. Okay, so I can't leave today without showing you an example of what this means in an actual classroom, okay? I mean, it's a lot of stories, but this is how I learn. If I don't have a story, it doesn't mean it's not real to me. So I'm going to tell you a story now about an actual classroom, a real life bat. You ready? So there is a quote in inclusive education, and I've heard it from multiple people, but again, this experience with Meta has really brought it to life, and it's kind of the theme of our day here, which is a quote that says, "When the conditions are right, everyone can be successful." And what I like about it is that when I say the word condition, we're talking about what's happening around kids. Like, this is not what I was taught, which is when the student is where they should be, they can be successful, right? Which is what I was taught, to be like, no. It's not about the bats. This is about the unicorns. This is about the conditions. This is about the community. So if the community is supported, everyone can be successful, okay? Now, there's another quote that connects to this that really helped me to understand this in education. And you may have seen this quote before. When a flower doesn't bloom, you check the environment, not the soil, okay? Now, I don't know a lot about plants. I have general grade 2 knowledge because I grew up in apartments. The house that I live in right now is the first time I've ever had a garden. So I'm like very interested in this area right now. But even with my very basic gardening skills, when I see a plant that's droopy, I never say, "Oh, what's wrong with you?" Right? What I do say, because I have my basic knowledge, is, are you getting enough light? Are you getting enough water? Are you getting enough? Do I need to repot you? Because I have this like internal checklist in my brain that basically says, if a plant is droopy, it needs something in its environment. So I have I have a conditions checklist to say, are you getting everything you need? Okay, because its droopiness is actually a sign that it needs something, not that it's broken. But it's a little humbling because a lot of the time I realize that the reason why it's not getting water is because I forgot to water it. And so sometimes it's not the plant that needs the support, I need the support. I need the reminder. I need the strategy to remind me to water the plant. And so this has really kind of helped me to see that, like, I am part of the conditions. I am a unicorn. Okay, so like, I also am part of it. We are part of that community where it's like sometimes it's not the kids that need the support, it is us. It is us that need the support. And sometimes that's hard because that means that we have to be vulnerable. And we have to admit that maybe we don't know, but it's okay that we don't know because it's not our fault that we were taught the opposite of this, okay? So, I'm going to show you an example of a bat or a plant or whatever metaphor works for you today, okay? Where we're talking about the conditions, we're talking about the water, we're talking about the sunlight, we're talking about the unicorns. And here is a real life bat, okay? So this is Kenzie. This is Kenzie. She's 8 years old. She's in grade 3, okay? Kenzie has Down syndrome and she has autism. She's a very unique human. And her big need that we're supporting her with is expressive communication because she is non-speaking, okay? So this would be a typical IEP for Kenzie. It's like, here she has Down syndrome, she has autism. Her need is expressive communication, and her individualized support is an augmentative communication device, okay? This is a very common support for kids who are non-speaking, and it's often an iPad, and we teach them to talk using pictures. This is a very common strategy, and I have worked with many students who have a device called a touch chat, okay? So how do we support Kenzie? Well, we have a speech and language pathologist sometimes, because they're hard to come by. And when she comes in, she gives us information and teaches us how to teach Kenzie how to use this device. And let me tell you, she gives us great information, and Kenzie isn't interested at all. We have gone through 3 iPads because as soon as she sees it comes out, she throws it across the room and it breaks something or someone. And so then the speech and language pathologist gets very frustrated because she comes back to the school and the iPad is not with Kenzie, it's in the cupboard. And she's like, why is it in the cupboard? And we're like, because it's a safety hazard. She has a very good arm. She doesn't want to use it. Like, we have tried, we bribe her. She is not interested. And so the SLP is very frustrated. She's like, it's her voice. It needs to go with her. And we're like, then we need padding. It is not safe. So we are putting resources into trying to get Kenzie to use as a device that she doesn't care about at all. And so finally I'm like, is there another way? Can we focus on something else? And the SLP is like, communication is a right. And I'm like, okay, fine, we'll keep trying. Resources. Does this sound familiar? This is special education, right? We are focusing on Kenzie using her speech device because it is important that people communicate. This is special education. So then I have my birthday epiphany, and I'm like, wait a second. What would it mean to support the unicorns in this situation? Not Kenzie. So we back right off, and we put that iPad right back in the cupboard, and we just let Kenzie be, okay? And we start focusing on the unicorns. And so how we did that was, rather than have an individual support need of communication, we zoomed out and said, are there other kids who also have an area of support and communication? Yes, because they're 8. They all need support with communication. So instead of thinking about Kenzie, we thought about everybody. Who in this class needs support with communication, expressive communication? Because it's not just Kenzie. And this is the part that special education misses, is that it's not just the kids on the list that qualify as needing support, and you don't need me to tell you that, okay? So we universalize the support needs. So we're going to talk about everybody that needs support in this area. We're also going to universalize the tool. So rather than saying an AAC device, which is very individual to a person, we zoomed out and said, what are different ways that we can use technology to support our communication? What are different tools? And so as a part of that, we thought of, oh my goodness, we still talked about AAC, but we talked about like speech to text, we talked about visuals, we used some apps where we're like, how can we like use pictures to help us communicate? And we read books about kids that communicate in different ways. We taught the whole class about apps. We taught the whole class about AAC. We taught the whole class about books, about people who communicate in different ways. And then we said to the speech and language pathologist, can you please teach the whole class about Kenzie's touch chat. And the SLP is like, oh, that's a really good idea. Kenzie hasn't even come into the conversation, okay? So what the SLP does is she comes in and gives every kid an 11 by 17 piece of paper, and she taught the whole class the color codes of the touch chat, which is, you think of a context, so a classroom or a basketball game, like it doesn't matter. What's your context? And then within that context, the yellow are who do you talk to in that context? Who are you communicating with? So she's teaching this to the kids. So in your classroom, who are people that you communicate with? Draw their picture, write their name, and she gave them Post-it notes, okay? So every kid is doing this. Then she talks about the green. She's like, the green are your actions. So what are some actions you do in this class? Are you writing? Are you reading? Are you playing? Draw a picture, write the word, okay? Everyone's doing it. The blue are the items or the nouns for that space. Like, so what are you gonna need? You're gonna need a pencil, you're gonna need some paper, you're gonna need a chair. Like, what are the items within that space? And your purple are your emotions that you feel during that space. So she's like, do you feel frustrated? Do you feel excited? Do you feel interested? So the whole class is doing this. The red is the protest. That's how you say, no way. So they got to decide their own protest, draw a picture. The kids are so into this. They're taking this so seriously. And Kenzie is watching this. And what does she see? She sees that everybody has a touch chat. Guess what she does? She goes to the cupboard to get her touch chat. So she gets it out because she realizes that she's like, oh, I know how to do this. Gets her touch chat. The kids see that she has an iPad version of what they are making. So now she's the expert and she's novel. They're like, we want to see it. Her whole class lines up to talk to her because they want to practice using their AAC boards to practice talking to Kenzie. And Kenzie is thrilled. And she absolutely knows how to use it. But what we were forgetting is that an AAC is not just a talker. An AAC is a different language. And so it's kind of like we were trying to teach Kenzie German in a class that spoke Spanish. And then wondered why she wasn't talking to anyone because there was no one to talk to. And now all of a sudden, we taught the whole class her language. So the class, rather than thinking Kenzie has to learn how to talk so we can talk to her, the unicorns were like, we need to use our talker to speak her language. And do you see how the labor shifted from Kenzie having to talk to them to the unicorns having to talk to her? Do you see the switch? So Kenzie is thrilled. She's just talking to everybody. We are crying tears of inclusion joy. The kids are so excited because all of a sudden they know how to talk to her. And some of the kids, they really understood that this is her voice. And so they are folding up their little boards and putting it in their pockets so they can talk to her at recess. Like, it was the research before my eyes, and I can't unsee it. But here's the best part of the story. So we made this context authentic for Kenzie because we stopped focusing on Kenzie and started focusing on her classmates, okay? But here is the part that's cool. A few days later, Kenzie's mom calls me, and she's like, I just got a call from the teacher. Guess what happened? So because this strategy was taught to the whole class, and this is what you're going to find, is that you're going to hit some kids that you don't realize need things, okay? So there's a little guy in Kenzie's class. He does not have a disability. He has no IEP, but he was having a bad day. And you can use whatever slogan you want to explain this. Challenging behavior, flipped lid, whatever you choose, but I want you to imagine an 8-year-old having a fit on the ground, okay? It happens all the time. You don't have to be disabled to have a fit. It happened to me last week, okay? Like, we all have moments of dysregulation. So the thing that I learned really quickly in education is that when a kid is dysregulated, the best thing to do is just stop talking, because the first thing to go is your verbal processing, right? But it almost feels like counterintuitive to us because all the adults are now talking to this kid and saying, what's wrong? What do you need? What's going on? And so it's just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And so, like, he is trying to communicate but his words are not working, okay? He is in crisis, and it is getting worse. And all of a sudden, he yells out, "Paper!" And everyone's like, "What? What does that mean?" And the teacher's like, "Oh, I know what that means." And she goes to get his AAC board and gives it to him, and he points to his protest, which says, "Leave me alone." And this is what you start to notice. Like, when we stop focusing on the bats and start thinking about how are we actually supporting the bat by teaching everybody. And this happened not in crisis. Like, he was taught this when he wasn't in crisis, so that when the crisis came, he's like, what tools do I have to tell these people to leave me alone because my words aren't working? Oh my goodness, the paper. And you start to see kids using these tools that you never even thought in a million years. Like, an AAC is not designed for this kid. But this is what starts to happen, whether it's an AAC board or a calm corner, or like, there are so many, wiggle stool. We have all of these supports in place, and what I was taught is, this is for this kid, because they have proven that they need it, because they've been assessed, and there's all these things that are wrong, so they get this, because they have proven. As opposed to, hey, this kid needs this thing. I wonder if there's other kids that need this thing. I'm going to teach it to everybody. Because the other thing that happens is, have you ever had kids that like get a support, like they've qualified for like extra time or something, but then they don't want to use it because they don't want to look different? So part of this is also when we teach these supports to everyone, they get destigmatized. It's not weird or different to need something. It's just like we all have needs. It's not about being disabled. It's about learning, and school is hard. Life is hard. We need supports. And so it was such a great, incredible story of, okay, Kenzie needs this. Who else needs this? Let's support the whole community to do this. And then the community supported Kenzie, not us. And so this is kind of the idea that I'm now understanding of inclusive practice, is thinking about, you can think and design for one student and think about their needs and think about their supports, but don't just teach them, teach the whole class, teach everybody about those things, because there's going to be more than just them that are going to benefit from that instruction. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking, take a couple minutes. How could you use this idea? How are you already doing this? Because I know you are. What are you connecting to? You have 2 minutes to talk to each other, and then I have one more strategy to show you. On your mark, get set, go. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, everybody, finish your thought. Finish your thought. The last strategy I want to show you now connects back to this idea of the plant, because, you know, what we realized with Kenzie is that it wasn't Kenzie that needed the support, it was us. We were getting in our own way in terms of what Kenzie needed. She didn't need us to teach her how to use AAC. She needed us to teach her community. And so, you know, this is what I mean about, like, sometimes this work requires some shifts in thinking and unlearning to make this happen. But I think the most important part about this story is that kids like Kenzie, who are non-speaking or who have a hard time communicating in words, often what happens is that because they have a hard time communicating, we sometimes think they don't have anything to say. And, like, when Kenzie was throwing her iPad across the room, she was communicating to us. And we were not listening to her because there's this very outdated assumption that behavior is something that we can change in a kid, not a symptom that they're trying to communicate to us something, okay? And especially for kids that have a hard time using words, it's really important to understand that, like, even with a plant, how we know it needs water is it shows us. And I realized as I walked into my office one day, and my plants were droopy. And I'm like, oh my goodness, you're telling me something. You're communicating that you need something. A plant is talking to me. And I'm like, you guys, if plants can communicate their needs to us, every child in our system can communicate their needs to us, whether they are using words or not. And so I was trying to think about this and, like, think about, well, how do we capture that voice, especially when it's hard to hear it? Because you know what I mean? Like, how do we capture the voice of all of our kids and all of our families, especially when there seems to be a lot in the way, okay? So then I decide I want to be a gardener. And so I don't know a lot about gardening, as you know, but my mother-in-law does, and her name is Frances, and you can take with that what you will. And we call her Framma instead of Grandma. And so I'm like, Framma, I want to be a gardener. I need your help. I just bought all of these seed packets, and I want to plant them. And she looks at me. She's like, you just bought some seeds? I'm like, yeah. She's like, how did you decide which seeds to buy? I'm like, the picture. Isn't that how this works? She's like, no, not at all. And so she's like, bring the seeds over. We'll take a look together. And so I'm sitting with Framma, and I'm like, Framma, it's okay because, look, the seed packet, it's really designed well. I don't have to know anything about plants. It tells me everything I need to know. Look at this. This Roma tomato. Look at this beautiful picture of this Roma tomato. And then underneath it, there's like a vision statement. You ready? This rare Italian heirloom. Firm pulp and thick skin, perfect for canning. I'm like, this is a full celebration of the Roma tomato. It is talking about its strengths. It is talking about its contributions. It is like, look how lucky you are to have a Roma tomato. And I'm like, look how lucky I am. And I'm like, Framma, it's okay that I don't know how to grow this, because if you flip the seed packet over, it tells you everything you need to know. It tells you when to plant it. It tells you how much sun it needs. It even gives me a ruler to tell me how far to plant the seeds. It assumes that I know nothing. And then I realized, oh my goodness, this seed packet isn't telling me what's wrong with a tomato. It's also not telling me how to make it into a cucumber. This is a full celebration of this plant, and I'm like, this is what an IEP needs to be, right? Moving away from these documents and these files that are, look at all the things that are wrong and all the things that they need to do to become this person that they should be. And I'm like, oh my goodness, what if IEPs were, here is a perfect plant. You are so lucky to have them in your garden because look at how amazing they are and look at what they contribute and look at what they bring. And it's okay if you don't know what to do because if you flip this plan over, it's actually a plan for you, gardener, not for the kid. And it tells you exactly what that plant needs to grow. And you can do it. And it's okay if you don't know. You don't need to be an expert because we are here to support you. So then I can't sleep at night because I'm like, well, this is now has to be an IEP. So in the night, I make, you ready? A seed packet IEP. Get it? Get it? Get it? Get it? And so this is something that, a strategy that I've been working on with some schools right now, because I think one of the biggest barriers that we're navigating in this world of inclusion is we never even, historically in special education, all of the data we collect in the files and to make decisions and to get funding are based on what kids can't do and what's wrong. And very often it doesn't include the voice of the child or the family. And so I'm like, if we really want to be inclusive, we need to knock that off. And so I'm like, what if this was the process where the very first thing we do is we invite a family in and say, okay, tell me who you are. Tell me what your strengths are. Tell me what you bring. Tell me what your colors are. And then tell us what we need to do to help your child grow. And do you know how different those meetings are going to go? Let me tell you how different those meetings are going to go. So this right here, my friends, is Connor. And we built these, actually, because we started to do it just for students who have IEPs, and then all the teachers are like, I want to do this with everybody. I'm like, let's do it. Little garden. So this is Connor. Connor has Down syndrome. Connor is an actor. He is in Crayola commercials. And his mom is an advocate. She is a strong woman and good for her. So she shows up and she is ready to take me down. So we sit down and this is what I say. I'm like, okay, and Connor's there. I'm like, tell me everything about you, Connor. What do you love? What are you interested in? What are you curious about? What are you good at? What could you teach others? What communities are you a part of? And then we found out that his mom's from Trinidad. Who knew? Right? We wouldn't have known that at all. So we're having all these conversations and I'm like, hey, Connor, what do you want to work on this year? Danielle, how do you want to grow? How do you want Connor to grow this year? And they had beautiful, look at this. Be aware of safety, when he's not safe, social connections, communication. And we're writing all of these goals down and I noticed that none of these goals are being independent 99% of the time with 96% accuracy. No one talks like that because it's garbage, and that's another day. So thinking about what are some actual real goals to families that are not medical and pathologizing kids and trying to fix them, but what's important to you? What's important to your kid, and to say, listen, it's our job to make sure they grow, and you know your kids the best. You help us out. So we talked about what do they need support for? What helps them to grow? What makes it hard for them to grow? And this one was interesting because Danielle was telling us, well, when people yell at him, when people are negative, when people are really forceful, that's going to shut him right down real fast. And I'm like, oh, those are good. Let's write them down. And they were all about the people around him, okay? So the meeting finishes, and Danielle's like, okay, so when are we going to fight? I'm like, we can fight. What do you want to fight about? She's like, well, this is not how I thought this meeting would go. She's like, you're supposed to tell me all the things that Connor can't do, and then I'm going to tell you all the things he can do, and then you're going to tell me all the things that he has to change, and then I'm going to tell you all the supports he needs, and then you're going to tell me that you don't have resources for that, and then we fight, and we fight, and we fight, and then we hate each other, and we get nowhere. I'm like, wow, okay, well, that's not how I roll. So we can fight, but like, I don't want to fight about that. And she's like, okay. So she starts to get really emotional. She's like, that's how my meetings usually go. And I'm like, that must be really hard. But I'm like, I'm going to be honest with you. There's nothing wrong with Connor. And she's like, I've been waiting Connor's whole life for someone to say that to me. And so I'm just sitting there. I'm like, how sad, how sad. So then she's like, okay, we need to fight. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm ready. She's like, no, I'm realizing what I need to fight for is I don't need to fight you. I need to fight for this process because this is what parents need to hear. This is what kids need to hear. They need to stop. I know the thing that my kid can't do. I don't need you to tell me. I need you to see him. I need you to hear him. I need you to figure out what his voice is and what's important to him, and that's what I need. And so these categories, I call them the dimensions, our dimensions. Because when I say the word dimension, I think like, what are things about us that we can't change? Like, I can't change my height. No one can change my height, right? But I can learn about my dimensions to be able to respond and to design. And I realized that as a special educator, I was taught to find out what's wrong so I could make a plan to fix, instead of, let me learn what's right so I can make a plan to respond. And that right there has changed me as a teacher. It has changed me as a parent. It has changed me as a friend. And it's made this work so much easier because there is no should anymore. There's only a could. Where could you go? So here's another one, and then I'll give you time to chat. But we've been doing this with interviews with kids because this seed packet is from them and their family's perspective. Like, it's not me. So this is Josh. He's in grade 11. And I asked him, okay, Josh, what's important to you? What do you want to learn about? He's like, well, I really want to travel. I want to go to Egypt. I'm like, oh, that's cool. That's amazing. Okay, well, what are some of your strengths? What could you teach others? And he's like, Miss Moore, once I go to Egypt, then I can teach people about Egypt. I'm like, you are not wrong, my friends, right? Like, he knew exactly. He knew exactly what he needed. And I think that's the part when I think about the plants, right? Like, plants tell us what they need, and kids can also tell us what they need. And they may need some support in terms, some creativity around giving them the words. The last example I have for you is another student who's non-speaking, and his teacher was like, I'm doing this with my whole class because I want all of my kids to see this. I want all my kids to go through this process and learn about who they are. He's like, but I do have a student who's non-speaking. Her name is Juniper, and I want to get her voice, but I don't know how to get her voice. So what we did is we sent home a survey to Junie's family, and we said, pick 4 people in your family you can choose, or in her community, you can choose whoever that is, and ask them these questions. What words would you describe Junie? What does she love? What is she interested in? What's hard for her? What do you think she wants to work on and grow in, right? And then the family did one, and then brought it to the IEP meeting, and then we also did one from the school perspective. So we have all of these different perspectives, okay? Now, at the IEP meeting, Junie's mom came in, and she's like, Shelly, I don't know about this. She's like, this was a fun exercise, but this still isn't Junie's voice. Like, I asked Junie's cousin Maddie what Junie likes, and he said whale sharks. She's like, I don't think Junie likes whale sharks. I think Maddie likes whale sharks. Like, this isn't her voice. This is our interpretation of her voice. And I'm like, no, it's a very good point. Stay with me. Because what we did for each one of these columns is we made a visual choice board for her based on the input from people who knew her really well. So this is not a generic choice board from the internet. This was intentionally built by people in her community. And then we could ask her, what's interesting to you? And let me tell you how excited Maddie was when she chose whale sharks. He's like, I knew it. I knew it. And so Juniper's mom, she was like really kind of blown away by this. She's like, I am Juniper's primary caregiver. Like, I know her very, very well, but I wouldn't have chosen all of these things. She's like who cheers for the BC Lions? I would have never thought. She's like, we have some intervention, right? She's like, but it was really good for me to see that she has interests that I didn't know about. And the only way we could do that is by actually talking from different perspectives, like her classmates and her cousin and, you know, the educational assistant that works with her. And so it was a really nice example of how do we actually capture voice, but also capture the community's voice. The one here that broke us was we asked her, what makes it hard for you to grow? And this is what she said: being rushed when no one asks me, writing, no visuals, and being ignored. Now, I could say that to people, don't ignore Junie, but when Junie says, don't ignore me, all of a sudden, that hits very hard. So like the voice of a child, oh my goodness, is its weight in gold, and it takes an extra step sometimes to really get it out, but you will never be disappointed because the insight that they have will blow you away every time. And this process is part of those conditions that are helping kids to know that it's okay to be who they are. It's okay to need support. It's okay to like the BC Lions, even though I'm not happy about it, right? So listen, I am going to, on our dashboard for today, I will post this template because this is a great activity to do at the beginning of the year. But you guys, it's also a great activity to do with your staff, right? To say, who are we as adults? Who are our families? What is our garden? What are our needs? What are our strengths? What do we offer? It's a great way to kind of actually start to support each other as well, and to make it okay that we need support, and to make it okay that we have different interests. And we also will start to notice maybe some common interests as well, okay? Okay, take a couple minutes. How could you use this? How could this be pulled in? How could this be useful? I'll give you 2 minutes to chat, and then we are going to wrap up this morning and go have some lunch. Go ahead, you got a couple minutes. What are you thinking? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you exactly where to get it. Okay. So do it. Take it. Run. You're gonna love it. Kids love it. Kids love it. Okay, that's a good question. So there's a couple of different programs. My two favorite ones. One's called Board Maker, and one's called Symbol Stick. And they're good for different reasons. Symbol Stick is Board Maker has a bigger bank, and so like if you're just starting, Symbol Stick might be the one to try. And it's not too bad. I think like it's a good thing to have like as a tool because I think like the life is like $100. A pretty reasonable cost for the I use it for everything. So yeah, no, Symbol Stick. Yeah, Board Maker and Symbol Stick. Symbol, yeah, Symbol Stick. That's good. Symbol Stick. You got it. You got it. Good question. Good question.
That's going to be our challenge.
Yes, no, everyone. Okay, I'll take it out. This is so good. I'm just full. If I can give a How is this table doing?
I want your tally Monday morning. Monday morning, we'll have a staff meeting and we will get the answer and we'll
Oh
be
man. I just thought
I do some research.
Yes, yes. Oh my goodness. It is. Totally. And there's garbage. Not the student, the paper. The process. Like, oh yeah, not everyone. Be inclusive. And you are wrong. And all it is so outdated. And so this is my new chapter. Like, I'm gonna bring ice and stick. And this is what we're changing into because we're like, ice and stick will be for the adults, not for the kids. And this is my new look out. Because it is no. Garbage. They're garbage. It's a waste of time. No, waste of time, waste of effort. They're getting in the way of what we're actually trying to do. It's not aligned. No. See you later. See ya later. I might. They, you know what, everything I do I post, but I teach all the density courses. But some people you want to be done. Oh man.
If you have plans, it's fine.
I'm just like, like it's in the works because I get this question a lot. It's like, Shelly, we want more. Just more. But just more. But online, you are not coming to Vancouver. No, okay. You know what? I mean, I'm not going to put this set up by the summer. But have you looked into Queen's online masters? I don't know them, but I've told that their whole curriculum is. So like, if you want like more, I don't know. Like, I hope they're using it well. So no, they absolutely haven't. And it was funny because there was like a class that this instructor, I don't know who she is, taught about IEPs, and the whole class was like, nope, Shelly would not say this about IEPs. You need to. And so I got all these emails from these people like, can you email our instructor because she says she likes you, but she is not saying what you would say. It was a whole thing. It was like a coup. So, but they have lots. They have. I know that their masters, their inclusive ed special ed has stuff connected to it. So, yeah. Oh man, I wish I could say yes to that question. But I wish. Oh. Okay, you guys, you got 1 minute. 1 minute. Ugh. Oh, man. Here we go. We can do this. We can do this. Okay. All right, you guys, we have one last thing to do before we wrap it up. Is we started this whole day today with a story about my mom and my kids, and we talked about bats, and we talked about unicorns, and we talked about gardens. Like, pick your own metaphor. Okay, pick the metaphor that works. But the thread line throughout all of these stories has become something that is core to everything I do, which is there is nothing wrong with a child. There's nothing. There's nothing wrong with the family. Everyone is doing their best. We are doing our best. Our kids are doing our best. Our families are doing their best. We can't control who a kid is, but we can absolutely control the conditions around our kids and around our families and advocate for those conditions to change so that a child's only job is to grow. And so how do we do that in a way that's honoring, that's strength-based, that's not expecting them to be a cucumber when they're a Roma tomato? How do we help them? But also thinking about this from your perspective, like what do you need to grow? How do we support each other to do this? And so this idea of conditions, whether it's a garden or it's unicorns, I hope you hold on to this because this has absolutely changed everything I do. I have some last questions. I have some last questions just for you to think about as we wrap up today. At the beginning, I asked you I'm going to ask you what your useful thing is. I showed you a lot of things, and maybe there was something that was not useful. Don't pick that one, right? What's something that's going to make your life easier? Something you can put in your pocket. One idea, one practice. The last thing I want to show you is just where you can get the seed packet and where you can get all of this information. And then I will let you have lunch. So let me just show you now how you get this, okay? So here are the sailors. Okay. So if you go to a website, here we go, and you go to drshelleymoore.com. I'm sorry about the size of my face. If you go here to session handouts, it's going to take you basically to a page, and it's just organized by date, okay? So it's 2026. We're going to click on there. It is March. You're going to click on there. And so March 13th, I'm going to add this in like 5 minutes, okay? So it'll say March 13th, Saskatchewan. And that will take you to a dashboard that will have the handouts, it'll have resources, it'll have templates, and that's all open access for you. So that's there for you. And I can even send that link directly so that you have that. But my friends, that is our morning. So just a really big thank you for inviting me today. You were a lovely crowd. And get home safe if you're traveling. Fill your belly with this delicious food that I'm smelling. And just really big thank you. And I know it's hard, so just keep going, keep going. Thanks, you guys.
Another round of applause here for Dr. Shelley Moore. Thank you, Masi. We've got a gift for you on behalf of Meadow Lake Tribal Council here for coming to visit us without any sleep, what have you. 3 hours of sleep, but she made it here. Edmonton is only 5 hours away, by the way. You could have just drove, yeah. But one more time for Dr. Shelley Moore. You can follow her on Instagram, Snapchat, her website, Twitter. There's so many socials there, I don't even know what it is. But anyways, thank you very much, Masicho. We're going to get our, who's hungry? Me, yeah. Way back there, we heard you talking too. We're going to get our elders over there. Nobody touch the food. Otherwise, you're going to have bad dreams, they said. If you touch the food before they pray on it, yeah, you'll just be tossing and turning it all night. So, ladies and gentlemen, we ask everybody to please stand up. Will the real Crees and real Denes and the real Métis please stand up? Will the real Munoz please stand up too? You're good, yep. Say Masi Hai Hai. Masi Cho Hai Hai. Say it with me. Masi Cho Hai Hai. There we go. The elders were hungry. That only took them 1 minute and 45 seconds. Yeah. So anyways, ladies and gentlemen, have your lunch. And we're going to close her off at 1 o'clock. We'll have our speeches. Our drum group, are they going to be here? Waterhen Juniors? Waterhen Juniors. Anybody? So we're going to do that right after. We'll do the draws right after that. Jan, whenever you're ready. We'll do we have one more? One more, right? Jan? Yeah. So we'll actually do that when people sit down, about 30 minutes, and then at least they're not in line. But yeah, once again, I want to thank you, Dr. Shelley Moore, for being here. Don't forget your laptop here. Yep. And
I've started the process.
They have to be here when we draw the name, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's do that on there. We'll do it right now, and I'll do it.
no, we're going to wait for them to sit down.
Oh, okay. Okay. But I'm not letting them pick you on. I'm just passing them something. Right? I'll just pass them something. Yeah. Yeah, the very last of Shelley. Yeah, Shelley. All that one over there.
Far, right?
Yeah, the far right ones, those are all plus the tickets. So this will be the yesterday's draw up here.
Oh, okay. This is for Shelley.
All Shelley. Yeah.
Not the bank.
Yeah, the blanket is the main. Well, the Oilers tickets are not, right? But this is the main draw. This is the last one. This is $900.
So these four are for Shelley.
Yeah, all of them are for Shelley.
Okay.
And the overall one is, what are you saying for the overall one?
Isn't that the Oilers tickets?
Yeah.
That's up to you.
The
yeah.
skirts.
Yeah, and the skirts. This is all. I thought this was all Shelley, all the way to the end.
I thought the Oilers was separate.
I thought everything was good there only for the people that are here. But if we have overall, they're not going to be here, right?
So just put the Shelley with the...
Just put the Shelley with the, yeah.
Just so we're clear on that. Tell me.
So Jan, yeah, we won't say. So just the Shelley here. This is all Shelley. All we're not
Okay.
going to do overall. So we're not going to do an overall.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that means I don't have to, or do I have to pool for the hockey?
Nothing. No, it's just,
So this is like all the in,
yeah,
including the tickets.
yeah.
Okay.
Just one from Shelley. Yeah. We're just gonna pick a group.
Whatever
But this will be
you
the
fill out.
afternoon, right?
Alrighty. We have a plan to make a plan. Anybody make a plan to make a plan? Yeah, can't get my life together. So, ladies and gentlemen, DJ, maybe we're going to pull that one up. Some people are, the lines are getting shorter. This is for yesterday's afternoon, 3:30 to 4:30. And don't forget, friends and relatives, make sure you are filling your evaluation for Shelley after Shelley's final presentation. That is going to be entered into the main draws, so that's going to be this afternoon. You have to be here for the main ones. So once you fill out after Shelly's presentation, you're entered into the main draw. So DJ, spin that. How's the food? Good? Tekan? How do you say good in Cree? Good food. Mitso. How do you say good food in Cree? Tastes good. We got sin. We got sin. Oh, Lillian Fine Blanket. Lillian Fine Blanket, are you here? Oh, she's over there, so we'll give it to her. Sarah, you ready? I think you got to write these ones down. Yeah. Right here, a bag for Lillian Fine Blanket. So if you hear your name or you know her, come on up here. And any draws after these yesterdays, you must be present to take them. So next, we got a $150 gift card as well for any handyman out there. Any handyman available? Look at it, went next to Lillian again. Cheyenne Chanelque. Cheyenne Chanelque. Is that you again? No, that's my mom. Oh. Cheyenne Chanelque. I think I saw her somewhere. Oh, there she is. Yep. You want some essential oils. Up next, DJ. Who do we have? Which res are we going to? Yeah, our sound and video guys are going to have a little res accent when they're done here after this. Yeah. Autumn Swiftwolf. Are you here, Autumn? Autumn Swiftwolf. Do we know her? At the end? Is that you or someone? Okay, come grab it here. We've got to write it down. I think so, at the end. Which one? One draw each. Okay, 5 quick ones, DJ. 5. We've got 5 shirts to give away, I believe, or 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Talina Scott. Talina Scott. What size are you? We got medium to large. Talina Scott. MLTC education shirt. Here. Next. Yeah, it keeps going in that same area, I feel. Let's see. Desiree Benson. Didn't you win this morning, Desiree? Desiree Benson. Desiree Benson. Desiree Benson. Next, DJ. Make sure you guys leave some food for us there, Kimberly. Chastity Fiddler. Chastity Fiddler. You are the next contestant here on Full Circle. Grab your prize. One more, DJ. Or 2 more, actually. 2 more. Dana King. Dana King, where are you? I saw you lurking around here somewhere. Oh, did she? Well, she gets it anyways. Dana. One more. Give me that, she said. One more or three more? Four more. Okay, one and then three more after this, DJ. Tina Pachawis. Oh man, lots of same bingo winners around here. Must have been passing a 20 to the elders for those prayers. Tina's won every day that we've been here. Because of her, we ran out of prizes. One more time, DJ. We'll give away some earrings. What do you say, Sarah? Shaylin Gray Eyes. Shaylin Gray Eyes. She's downstairs? Oh, just like everyone else yesterday. We heard that line before. Thank you, thank you. Okay. So we got gift cards to Castle Building Centers. Any handymen here? Any handymen, handy woman? You know, yesterday I was leaving the parkade across the hotel, and I turned the corner, and there's this lady from Turner Lake just hunched over in the engine of her car. She was fixing it. She said, "I looked up, I changed 2 spark plugs," she said. I said, "You should start your own YouTube channel to help each and every one of us do it." I don't want to say her name there because she's going to get mechanic jobs after that. But we have 2 Castle Home Building Centers. They're either 100 to 150, somewhere in between. Oh, this one too? Oh yeah, she's won 2 already. Shayna Shinalkwe, Astam, Kozigal. You get 1 gift card. And now we're going to do one more there, DJ. If it goes to Tina Pachawis, I don't know, boy. Joe Mitzwing. Asamina, someone said, what does that mean? Oh, Asamina. She keeps winning this. Joe Mitzwing. I feel like this is the Mitzwing area. Hey. Joe Mitzwing. Does anybody know her? Anybody see her? Text her? Snapchat her? Yeah. Okay. So, friends and relatives, our next draws, you have to be here. You have to be present. So don't forget to fill out your evaluation forms for Shelley Moore's presentation. Don't forget them like the Vancouver Grizzlies. I seen that. Yeah, I seen that documentary too. The whole nation was devastated. Yeah. They kind of just disappeared like Homer walking back into the bush. But have some lunch. We'll be back up here real quick. We've got our tribal chief is present, our vice chief is present. I know Chuk is, I believe there's a couple conferences happening in the Meadow Lake area. So we'll get some closing remarks, and also our senior director of education and our staff. So thank you. We'll eat here, and we'll keep things rolling. Once again, if your car is parked across the way, don't leave anything valuable. There was a vehicle towed yesterday too, so remember that. Put some extra sunyas in there, tamba. Oh, we're going to close the draw at 12:30. You have till 12:30 because we got to give you on a moment here to gather them together. So if you're here, you got a chance to win Oilers tickets, 2 sets. You have to be here though. any of the prizes, you have to be here. So if you're signing up and thinking, oh, I'll get my prize anyway, that is no longer happening after this. So thank you very much. We'll be back here momentarily to finish off our beautiful 2.5 days, 3 days here in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, home of the Blades.
Take this the wrong way. You knew who I was with every step that I ran to you. Only blue or black days, electing strange perfections in any stranger I choose. Would things be easier if there was a right way? Honey, there is no right way. So I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. There's an art to life's distraction, to somehow escape the burning weight, the art of scraping through. Some like to imagine the dark caress of someone else. I guess any thrill will do. Would things be easier if there was a right way? Honey, there is no right way. And so I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I wait at the first cringe of morning, and my heart's already sinned. How pure, how sweet the love, Aretha, that you would crave for him. 'Cause God knows I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every
when the rains came. Down in the hollow, playing a new game. Laughing and a running, hey, hey. Skipping and a jumping. In the misty morning fog with all our hearts that thumping and you, a brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. And whatever happened to Tuesday and so slow? Gone down the old man with a transistor radio. Standing in the sunlight laughing, hiding behind a rainbow's wall. Slipping and sliding all along the waterfall with you, a brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Do you remember when we used to sing sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, just like that? Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la.
Probably haven't met him yet.
So hard to find my way. Now that I'm all on my own, I saw you just the other day. My, you have grown. Cast my memory back there, Lord. Sometimes I'm overcome thinking about making love in the green grass behind the stadium with you, my brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Do you remember when we used to sing sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la in the green grass? Bit by bit by bit by bit by bit by bit. Sha-la-la-la-la-la, sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la
Boys walking on empty. Is that the kind of way to face the burning heat? I just think about my baby. I'm so full of love I could barely eat. There's nothing sweeter than my baby. I'd never want once from the cherry tree. 'Cause my baby, sweet as can be, she'd give me 2 flakes just from kissing me. When my time comes around, lay me gently in the cold dark earth. No grave can hold my body down. I'll crawl home to her. Boys, when my baby found me, I was 3 days on a drunken sin. I woke with the walls around me, nothing in her room but an empty crib. And I was burning up a fever. I didn't care much how long I lived, but I swear I thought I dreamed her. She never asked me once about the wrong I did. When my time comes around, lay me gently in the cold dark earth. No grave can hold my body down. I'll crawl home to her. When my time comes around, said none about what my hands and my body done. If the Lord don't forgive me, I'd still have my baby and my babe would have me. But I was kissing on my baby, and she put her love down soft and sweet. In the lonely light I was free. Heaven and hell were words to me. When my time comes around, lay me gently in the cold dark earth. No grave can hold my body down. I'll crawl home to earth. When my time comes around, lay me gently in the cold dark earth. No grave can hold my body down. I'll crawl home to earth.
We get in the bus, we'll get charged. We get in the bus.
Hey, hey, Sitting by the overcoat, the second shelf, the note she wrote that I can't bring myself to throw away. And I also reach the set for no one else but you. But you won't turn away when someone else is gone. I'm sorry about the attitude I need to give when I'm with you, but no one else will take this shit from me. And I'm so terrified of no one else but me. I'm here all the time, I won't go away. Yeah, it's me. Yeah, well I can't get myself to go away. Hey, it's me. And I can't get myself to go away. Oh God, I shouldn't feel this way now. Reach down your hand in your pocket, pull out some hope for me. It's been a long day. Always say that right when no load your hand won't stop it. Just keep you trembling. It's been a long
Dylan, Denny Drummers, where are you? Joey? Kuzigal.
Oh, okay, over there. Say I'll come there.
Yeah. No, John, Nadzega. Nadzega. Alrighty. Waterhen Juniors, Buffalo River.
Yeah. I think I'm not too sure. I think we have to do a retreat, victory. Do we do a flag song for the closing? I'll sing right now.
I'm joking. I don't know what they want. It's up to Lisa, I guess.
Sing them out and just do a victory, I think. The word is, yeah. You'll have to do their, yeah. Then victory. Or we could just sing them out.
Or do the guys after he sings and no one leaves.
Get out here early if you want. I'm sure a lot of people still got to travel.
I already seen a bunch of people outside already taking off.
So that's what we're going to go to. Sing the mountain victory song. Flag song, victory song. And then Denny Drummers.
So, did you want us to do a flag song again, then victory, or just sing them out? That's it. You know what we'll do?
I'm open to suggestions.
We're gonna do we'll dance out the flag, and we will start. We'll do 2 starts of a flag, then victory for the so then we'll be done.
Okay, as Patricia was saying, like maybe we could ask them to do a couple songs before just before no, just when we're getting ready. Can they come and sing a couple songs just so
One each and then, so two push-ups, flag, then
Two
victory.
push-up flag, and we'll do the victory.
No, four. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys all.
So we dance them out. We'll dance them out.
And all of these moments just might find their way into my dreams tonight. But I know that they'll be gone when the morning light sings or brings new things. For tomorrow night you see that they'll be gone too. Too many things I have to do. But if all of these dreams might find their way into my day-to-day scene, I'd be under the impression I was somewhere in between, with only two, just me and you. Not so many things we got to do, or places we got to be. We'll sit beneath the mango tree now. Yeah, it's always better when we're together. We're somewhere in between together. Well, it's always better when we're together. Yeah, it's always better when we're together. I believe in memories, they look so pretty when I sleep. Hey, now and when I wake up, you look so pretty, sleeping next to me. But there is not enough time. No song I could sing.
Hey, Planet et Dance. How's everybody doing? Pretty good? Full? Let's give our cooks a round of applause here. That was a pretty damn good meal, boy, oh boy. Yeah, free food for the sound guys on us. Yeah, we're going to knock that off the bill. They don't know that. Thank you, thank you. So, one last call for evaluations. Jan, you got it done? 2 minutes. You've got 2 minutes for... So you have to be here for our final prizes. This is gonna how it's gonna go here for our final agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got leadership is present. Oh, it's closed 3 minutes ago. It's okay. So Shelley Moore's presentation, anything after that is going to go to our final prizes. And of course, we've got a couple pairs of Edmonton Oilers Chicago Blackhawks tickets on April 2nd. So that was donated by MLTC. Drummers are not entered though, because I said. I don't know. I mean, you got to fill out the evaluation. That's why I didn't say that. But yeah, you see, that's why I lose my train of thought here. You just gotta. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here once again. We'll have our Dene drummers make their way on up here as well. Get ready. We won't get started until maybe we're not going to do the draws yet. So the way we're going to do it here, because I know everybody wants to leave, we'll get our closing remarks. And then we'll dance out the flag, so a couple of songs from the Waterhen Juniors and the Dillon Buffalo River Dene drummers as well. So, and then we'll do the draws. That way? Yeah, that's how it's going to go. So obviously we've got Chuk made his way back here, and I thought there was 2 other conferences, but he's here now. And Jeremy Norman, our tribal chief, our vice chiefs, both are here as well, so we'll bring them both up. And Dolores Netmaker and Patricia St. Denis. So that is going to be our closing remarks here this afternoon. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you guys here once again for having me MC, you know, as we come to an end of this gathering. And I would like to, you know, acknowledge each and every one of you for sharing your knowledge and being present for all our presenters here today. You know, each day has brought its own teachings and lessons and questions, of course. I know yesterday I was asking some of the Dene elders, how can we come up with the word for autism, you know, to understand our young people a little bit more. So, you know, education is continuing on. It's not something that we do alone, because we've had 700 people up here all 3 days from many, many nations, you know, beyond the 9 nations of MLTC. So thank you all for being here. I want to thank Meadow Lake Travel Council as well for hosting this for the 9th year, I believe. It is the 9th year. Our organizers, the presenters, and everyone who contributed to their knowledge, experiences, and stories. Like Dr. Shelley Moore, she had lots of stories to tell. You know, it's all about learning from one another so we can strengthen that circle at home. That's what Full Circle is all about. So let's give everybody a round of applause here for being a part of that. Masicho. You know, the idea of Full Circle is that everything is a cycle and comes back around. You know, for 9 years they've been gathering. Many of you have been here for each and every one of this. So you've seen this evolve and grow into something much bigger. And each year brings its own theme and different teachings for each and every one of you to take back to your classrooms and or add to your curriculum. Land base is something that is very much a part of it too, and it's about creating those opportunities and to enhance, to strengthen our identity in every nation that is part of Meadow Lake Tribal Council. So thank you very much for being present over the last few days. Masicho. So once again, as you leave here, I hope that you know, you pass that on to your young people, the young kids, and that we learn to not talk when somebody is up here speaking as well. I had to throw that one in there. An elder downstairs said, I'm glad you shared that. So ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to walk forward together, supporting one another. No matter what tribe we come from, what nation we come from, we're all related one way or another. Our kids are going to represent MLTC here in the summer games or the winter games, and then the summer games here very shortly as well. So please keep that in mind. Not all kids are gifted athletically. They are gifted in different ways, so it's good that we can take that home and identify those things. So once again, on behalf of the organizers, thank you all for being here. Masicho, and thank you for having me as well. We had IOPS live streaming on the internet there, Facebook and the YouTube. Also, Cal Arcan was only here for 1 day, and he's not the greatest with technology, so he had 3 events in 1 day. So he's gone up north to be in Meadow Lake, I believe, or Flying Dust. And so thank you very much. Also, the audio-video team. Myan, good job, man. Proud of you. Kept it together. You still only had 1 button loose. If there was 2 or 3, we knew you're going crazy. So thank you. Let's give everybody a round of applause here. Waterhen Juniors here. Thank you very much. Dylan, Dene Drummers, Buffalo River Dene Drummers. So once we get everything ready, I just wanted to do, you know, a little bit of a closing here before we introduce everybody to come on up here. So once we get the high sign, and we'll start with Tribal Chief Jeremy Norman, then Vice Chief Richard DeRoche, Vice Chief Norma Cataract, FSIN Executive Director of Education Dolores Nebmaker, and also Patricia St. Denis. How about you, Lisa? You want to? Are you good? You want to come up? Okay. Alrighty, the fun stuff though. We do have the wheel up here, the final wheel. The last 2 draws are going to be for 2 tickets. We're not going to do it yet. We're going to do some speeches, and then we'll dance the flags out, and then we'll do the draws. Alrighty, we've got the high sign. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, one more time, let's give it up for everybody that has stayed and being here all 3 days. Masi cho. Sineza don't as your MC. You know, we learn a little bit of Cree, a little bit of Dene here and there, and it's good to be able to interact with each and every one of you over the last few days. So, Masi cho. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call upon our tribal chief of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council, Chief Jeremy Norman, to come on up here and say his closing remarks. You want a handheld or you're good?
Good afternoon. I want to start by thanking our elders for lifting the pipe, you know, blessing the week, and always their continued prayers for our communities and our leaders. You know, I hope you had a good 2.5 days. I apologize, I wasn't able to be here for the first few days, and I thank our vice chiefs for filling in. Just a little, you know, I was driving up this morning, coming in, and coming south, and to the east, leaving Meadow Lake, the sun was just barely coming through the trees, and to the east, you could see some development, and that development is it's a carbon capture project that the MLTC is working on. It'll take the carbon from our biomass facility, you know. And reason I bring this up is, you know, we have 3 mills now, Norsask, biomass, and a Northwind post plant. And majority of those mills, they're run by our own people. 51% of the people working in there are MLTC members, you know, and the biomass is 80% MLTC members, you know. So the work that you guys do, that's a benefit. You know, those people were from our community, educated from you guys, and now running our businesses, you know. So give yourselves a pat on the back for that. I got a cold in Ottawa, so I'm dry. Just to share a little story, you know, growing up I grew up in Meadow Lake, went to school in Meadow Lake, and you know, up until grade 4, they had me in structured success and resource classes. You know, I don't know if I was slow or maybe just a little delayed or maybe something else, but I come to grade 4 and I had a teacher. Her name was Lucy Greschner, and that teacher took extra time. She asked more of me. You know, she she believed in me is what she did. She believed that I was a better student than what I passed, my past grades were. You know, and the reason I share this story, you know, one, you know, I never did thank that teacher for the extra work she put in, you know, to build me up. And a lot like in leadership, I know your positions, they're thankless. You know, you don't get the pats on the back for the extra hours of you do with working after school, or, you know, I know a lot of teachers go and buy gifts out of their own pocket for their students. You know, you're not going to get a lot of those thank yous from people, you know, but know that your work is important, you know. That extra good morning, or that extra, you know, you're special, that goes a long way. You know, that is so important. You know, we look at the struggles of our communities, you know, and your jobs are so important with helping with that. You know, it takes a community to build a child, you know, and we can create opportunity, we can have all these businesses, but we need our own people strong, you know, and you guys shape our students. You know, you have so much power to build them up, you know, and the tongue is powerful, and the mind is powerful as well. Once you put your mind to something, you put something into someone, they're unstoppable. You know, and just, I guess, in closing, you know, you're more than educators. You know, you're more than just educating the curriculum. You know, you're building up young people. You're building them. You know, not all our students are going to be going to university, but you can build good community people that are going to be responsible, people that are going to be respectful. You know, a lot of those teachings have been lost, you know, where kids are told to keep quiet until an adult's done talking, you know, and I know my brother, I seen my brother do it to his grandson yesterday. He was trying to talk to me, and his grandsons kept trying to talk, and he said, "Hey, adults talking, you keep quiet," you know. And these little things are what build up our kids, you know. So in closing, you know, I know we had Red Talks here, you young people that spoke. You know, we're proud of you. You're leaders already. Continue on that path. You know, so proud of our young people that choose to stay on the high road when things are in a bad situation. And with that, you know, teachers, hope you had a good week. I hope you got some, picked up some stuff, or maybe you had a good rest, because you guys are so important to our communities. Hi.
Hi, Masicho. Thank you very much, Tribal Chief Jeremy Norman. Up next, I'm going to call up the man who never needs an introduction here. He's very well-versed, athletic. Haven't heard the basketball story this week, but that's probably why he took off. Let's give it up for Vice Chief Richard DeRoche.
Give it up for Will, man. He's the MC. He's the man. The Dene Yate. He does an awesome job. Between him and Cal Arcan, I don't know if we can get a better lineup than them two guys going. Hey, what a couple days you guys had, 3 days. I've been on a whirlwind tour. I was here Monday. I took off home back to Flying Dust. Yesterday, I emceed and spoke at the Flying Dust Men's Wellness Conference. And you know, that's where my heart is at those men's wellness conferences. Because those men are dealing with the same children you're dealing with. And as men, we've struggled. You women are in the room. You women are so far ahead of us in terms of wellness, in terms of raising our children, in terms of so many ways. I know that teachers are about 80, 90%, what is it? About 90% women? Teachers are 90% women. And that's not by chance, because these are take it in natural to be teachers. You know, all the men that are married here, we know we have to get taught, re-educated once we get married. And I don't mean that in a funny way, I mean it honestly. We have to get retooled of how to behave, of how to raise a family, and our roles, reminded of our roles. So I praise all the teachers here today, the ladies here today. You know, there's so many different lessons that I've learned in my life. But you know the damn thing about it is, you don't learn these lessons till you're about 40 years old. You've been told when you're 18 or 15 or 30, but you don't learn the damn things till you're 40 years old. And I was just sharing with my son this morning. He came to me this morning. My son came for a drive with me. My son's 32 years old. And he came for a drive with me this morning. And I shared a story with him of a teaching that my dad taught me a long time ago when I was just a young boy, about 12, 13 years old. My dad was a man that lived off the land and taught us how to hunt and fish and basically live in the bush. And we were out hunting one day, and he tells me, "Chokap," that's what he called me, "Chokap, what is the strongest muscle in your body?" And I was 12, 13 years old. I had the world already. I knew everything already. I was 13 years old. And I said, "Dad, that's got to be your upper leg. It's the biggest muscle in your body." "No." "Come on, Dad, that's got to look, it's the biggest muscle in our body." And I just learned this like a couple weeks before that in school. Like it's your biggest muscle in your body. And he said, "No." "Okay then, well, it's got to be your biceps then." "No, that's not the right answer." And I argued with my dad. I said, what muscle can it possibly be then? And he looked at me seriously, and he looked at me and he said, "Your tongue, my son. With your tongue, you can inspire people. With your tongue, you can lift people up. With your tongue, you can make people feel special. With that very same tongue, you can hurt people. You can call people down. You can put people into depression. In fact, you could kill people with your tongue." I remembered this lesson when I first started working in politics some 33, 32 years ago. And I always use that, reminding everybody that the tongue is the most powerful muscle in your body, because you have the ability to lift people up. You have the ability to make people feel better. And every day that goes by, I live by a motto today that I learned about when I started my healing journey about 25 years ago. Be better today than I was yesterday. Try be better tomorrow than I am today. And in that is lifting up people, making people feel better about themselves, making people feel appreciated. And that's what I want to do here today. I want to make sure that you get the proper accolades that you deserve as instructors, as teachers. Because you spend more time in a day with those children than most parents do. And you deserve every single thank you. You deserve everything that you get in life from being a teacher. As I said in the opening comments, I have a daughter that was a teacher for 13 years, and I have a daughter now that's been a TA for 3 years. And I've got a wife that's been a childhood caregiver for, I don't know, must be 40 years. So these are the things that I keep in my mind. Be nice to people. Don't hurt people. And you as teachers know that very well because you do it every single day in the classroom with your love. Lifting up our little ones every single day. No matter how they come to the school in the morning, you lift them up. You encourage them. Just as Tribal Chief Jeremy's story, when that single teacher lifted him up, he became an A student from a B-. I give you that much, Jerms. But you have that opportunity. You have that power within yourself to lift up those children every single morning. I'm going to share a little story with you. My daughter, her second year teaching was in North Battleford in one of the hood schools. I forget what it was called. One of the schools right on 101st, I believe. It was right in the hood. And being where my daughter grew up, her children were coming to school hungry. She was teaching grade 2 or 1. And them kids were coming to school hungry. And she started taking snacks to school. Then she bought a toaster. She asked me, "Dad, can you buy me a toaster? I need a toaster for..." I said, "For what?" And then she says, "I need it for my classroom." So I bought her a toaster. She bought bread. We'd send her a little bit of money because when you start teaching at a young age, you don't make very much money. And with rent and everything like that, it was tough. But she started feeding the kids in her class in the mornings to make sure they have the nourishment to get through to lunch. And in the Muniao School Division, North Battleford School Division, she got scolded for that. They didn't allow her to feed her kids. In Indigenous country, where we come from, where we grew up, if people come into your house, what's the first thing you do? You feed them, you may give them tea or coffee or whatever it is. That's the first things we do. That's the first thing we learn as kids. And in the Muniao School Division, for some reason, it's not allowed. This really broke my daughter. I don't believe she's one more time, she's about her 8th or 9th year, she taught in Maymont. But ever since that, she did not work in a non-First Nation school because of simple stuff like that. As for us, we have the opportunity to change things. We run our own education system, and we're striving even harder to run our education system. Because we all know, everybody in this room knows we can do better than our non-First Nation people. We can do better because these are our kids. We know how they wake up in the morning. We know what they wake up in the morning with, and we want to make a better life for them. It's in our hearts. It's who we are. I hope you all leave today encouraged, refreshed, ready to give 110% to your students. Because as a parent that had children, as a grandfather, I appreciate each and every one of you for the work that you do in our communities. You're the ones that make this very special. Wow, thank you.
Aho, tapwe. Thank you, Vice Chief Richard Duroche Masicho. Hi. Good to hear your words here this afternoon. Up next, we're going to bring on up here Vice Chief Norma Cataract here. So let's give her a warm welcome here to the stage. Thank you very much. Also, you have to be present to win some prizes too. So after this, we've got 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to dance out our Eagle staff and then Marcy.
Marcy Cho Willis. Marcy salot ina. Zine zono hunt on asdala anupadel ti dunga be Marcy benestanza. Se ko donat tan no heldest e do home Marcy. No chala nina chow. Kuli ashon no panadarosia. Et inus kana hadonostanaha. Do land base nigayati. Se kui dogot idana helni gol yanda babahoreni. And hote jahi yin. Hadio. How do you know where you're going when you don't even know where you're coming from? Heni. Nus kena sankarant babaho dare nile. Babana daruch yao, but aroch new than to so gauly hard than with tana mercy no hanastanza. Nu head dine, nu helot in a sanseque as to the net in a ha. Kule, hadarin a tana, but dedan a chow, but alla nene zoom, than to so gauly, seku hodonetan ha mercy no hanastanza. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the elders for the ceremonies they've had for us in the last 3 days. I want to apologize for not being here. And thanks Chuk and Willis and Cal for, emceeing for our teachers that are here today. Our Dene Vice Chief, our late Dene Vice Chief used to say, how do our kids be grateful for where they're going when they don't know where they come from? With our land-based teachings that we have out there now, we are teaching our kids to be proud of who they are, to be proud of where they come from, to be able to speak their language, practice their cultures and traditions. And you as teachers are the trailblazers that are doing this for our kids. Because when I was growing up, there was no such thing. I was ashamed to wear moccasins to school. Today, I wish I still had that opportunity. And now we have our kids who are grateful for the things that are made for them by their kukums and their mushums to wear them proudly. We've come a long way, and we still have a long way to go as Indigenous people. But as we work together and come together like this and share the knowledge that we have and teach each other as we go. Speaking to one of the elders today, what he said made a lot of sense to me. Because we're in here, and the presentations and the knowledge that's being shared are like plates of different kinds of foods. And not everyone likes the taste of certain foods. You pick the plate that's best for you. You use the plate that's best for you and for the kids in your classroom to be able to teach them, for them to advance and move forward. Because a lot of our kids don't get that opportunity. You've heard stories of our experience. I'm going to tell you a story about my experience. I had a daughter who was very quiet, hardly ever spoke. You would never know she was in the house, whether she was there or not. She hardly talked to anyone. She hardly had any friends. And she was in grade 4. She did a math exam. And she failed it miserably. She got the first question right and the rest of it was wrong. And she felt really bad about it. So I went to go talk to our special ed teacher at the school, and I said, something's not right. So she said, let me work with her. Let me help her. She took her in for 2 weeks under her wing and helped her. My daughter had the ability to answer her questions far ahead before she even got to them. So the first question she was concentrated on was answered in her head, and she was working on the second one. So it was hard for her to concentrate on the last question when she's working on the next one. Or sometimes she's 2 or 3 questions ahead in her mind at answering these questions. So she just trained her and taught her by putting 2 papers on each side of one question and making her concentrate on the one question. She did the same exam at the end of these 2 weeks and aced it. If that special ed teacher did not take the time to work with her, she probably would have been lost in the system because her confidence wouldn't have been there. Now you know she's in the room. Now you know. And the pride that gave the confidence that she gained from that experience, it makes her who she is now. She works with kids. She's a youth and elder worker now. You know, that opportunity, our kids are slipping. And then with the plates that are presented to us here, now we have opportunities to bring these forward to our kids and make sure we have things that work for them and to build on those. With that, thank you so much for being here for the last 3 days. Thank you to everyone that's come out, the cooks, the organizers, our education group, the Tribal Council, who do an amazing job of putting all of this together for all of us here. With that, Marcy Cho and safe travels home to everyone.
Marcy, thank you. Hi. So, ladies and gentlemen, up next, we're going to bring on FSIN Executive Director of Education, Dolores Netmaker, and then Patricia right after. So after that, and then Waterhen Jr. So you're going to get some fresh air? Okay. Be quick, okay? You just be real crisp there for that final song. Sydney's going to feel it. So let's welcome her to the stage once again here, our Director of Education of FSIN.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to say thank you again to Patricia and the team from MLTC that invited. On behalf of FSIN, I just wanted to say congratulations to all the work that has been happening. I've just been visiting around with different people and just finding out some of the work that has been happening. Presentations have been amazing, some of the work. I know I missed yesterday, but I did get to meet Dr. Grant for a few minutes before I left yesterday. But just amazing work. And I think, I know that one of the ladies shared with me a framework that he used up on there yesterday, and I took a screenshot of it, and just a lot of the ways that he embedded the teachings into the work that he's doing today. And it really comes back, I was thinking about what Tribal Chief said and Vice Chief said today about the tongue. And it says that life and death is in the power of the tongue. And I think one of the things that we've heard stories about how important our role is as educators. And I can probably tell you stories about, myself growing up in the city here and talking about those certain teachers that really made a difference in my life. But it is really, I was thinking about what I was going to share just to end off today. And not too long ago, my husband bought me a book. He likes to buy me certain things, and one of those things is he likes to buy me books. And I remember the first book that he ever bought me was, we weren't married yet, we were just going out. He went and bought me a book of poems, and inside that book, he wrote a little, to Dolores, and he said, "To the one who captivates my heart." Write that down, Tribal Chief. Your wife might like that one. And not to say that was the hook that got me to marry him. It took a couple years for me to say yes. But one of the things about any kind of relationship, that even though we can say the words, we can, shoot out any kind of positive things, and it's good to do that. But the more powerful thing is how we express what we say. Those of us that got into education, there was a reason why we went into education. And I hope and pray that it is because you had a heart that wanted to help, you wanted to serve, that you wanted to give of yourself to whatever you learned, that you would teach those little ones that. But in the framework that Dr. Grant shared yesterday, he had embedded in there things of the teachings on honesty and truth. That when we think about those types of things, that in those classrooms, as Vice Chief Richard has said, the first day, and he talks about how much time we spend with them. You don't realize that as much as we say, we have to do it even more. Because our homes, our children that are, I was amazed on the first day when we had the Red Talks of those young people. I sat there and I probably would have cried and wanted to hug every single one of them. I talked to one of the elders after it was all done, and she said they're well ahead of us. Because there was a day we couldn't even talk about what happened to us. But even as those young people came up here and shared their story, they have started on their healing process. And we might not see it now, but we're going to see it to whatever it is they become. And they're going to be so thankful for the time they were given to come and openly talk about what happened and why they did what they did. I love working with young people, but yesterday or the day before, it helped me understand them from where they were actually coming from. To learn, why is it? I used to wonder, why would anybody want to take their own lives? How could anyone feel the way that they felt? And I said the first day, I said the key to our healing is something we call in Cree punith tamawin. It is forgiving. And I'm sure that these young ones that came up here, they might be in the process of healing those that have hurt them. But it's a process. But you need to decide for yourself that today I choose. Whatever anybody did to me, whenever anybody said to me, that I choose to forgive. My mom, and I said this before, my mom used to say to me, she would say that. And even though I learned that over time, as I got older, that this life, it's not just for me. That I wasn't given this life just so that I can live life and that's it. But everything that have happened in my life and everything, and I don't regret the way that I was raised. I don't regret that I lived in a life of alcohol and domestic violence and poverty. I don't regret any of that. Because it's helped me to understand, as I listen to these kids, it helped me understand a little bit more. I mean, it's a different world that we live in today. It's a different world. Things that were wrong back then are not wrong today. It's an okay world. But our kids, when we say that our kids are lost, I remember I was up in Deschambault Lake working with young people, and this little girl, 12 years old, Dolores, can you tell me the truth? Can you please tell me the truth? And I look at our teachings, and we cannot be afraid to tell our kids the truth, because they're living in a day what they don't know what's right and wrong anymore. But this book that my husband bought me, and that book was called The Way of the Wildflower. And I asked him, I said, why would you buy me a book like this? He says, because you're a wildflower. And I thought about wildflowers are those flowers that are out there in our fields today. All kinds of flowers that are out there. They grow in the wild. They don't have anybody that comes to water them. They don't have anybody that comes to prune them, or, because they got weeds growing all around them. There are some of those plants that depend on the sun. But those wildflowers, one of the things that I have learned, as much as we can do as people, as much as we can do as teachers and leaders in our community, as much support that we want to give to our children. I was talking with a parent. It's like my kid is in this cycle. I try to help the best way that I can. But there's one thing about being a wildflower, is that those plants depend on no one but the Creator Himself. They don't depend on anyone but the Creator Himself. When the sun shines, that some of those wildflowers actually grow better, some of them in the shade. So where does the Creator put them? He puts them in the shade. But they don't depend on anyone. And I think at the end of the day, for every single one of us in this room, because I know that our communities we've gone through so much grief and loss, so much suicide has happened in our reserves. So much of these young people so lost. So thankful that they created a program that would mentor these kids, that would let them know that they had that young man, after they were done their story, they had someone that was going to hold them and hug them and say, hey, you did a good job. At the end of our days, we need to depend on the Creator for all things. And a parent once said to me, she said, Dolores, I don't know what to do anymore. Our parents are getting overwhelmed because there's so much suicide. We need help. And so I'm thankful. I'm thankful that there are programs. I'm thankful that there are plans to do all that we can to support our kids and our young people. One of the things in our teaching is sagituin. Tribal Chief, you talked about that there is power. Awe kasagihat. Mue pogakituin, my guys, katutaman pogomini guamma. To show them. And so I just commend all the teachers. I've been in education for over 30 years, so I had my time in the classroom. And I appreciate everybody that in the communities, all the work that you do. And if I can come and hug you and give you a pat on the back, I do that to every single one of you today. I'm thankful for our leaders that come and say the words that they do. I'm thankful that they support work like this. I'm thankful that they can come and actually share and be vulnerable to say, as Tribal Chief Jeremy said, I wasn't all that smart till I got to grade 4. Is that how you said it? With a B-. But those are the stories. Those are the things that our kids need to hear. And if our leaders can be open that way, boy, it sure gives hope. Amen? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Masicho. You know, FSIN is a nation that works for the people, so we're going to have you stand there and actually hug everyone. Yeah. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, Senior Director of Education of MLTC here, Patricia St. Dennis.
Thank you, Willis. Thank you very much to our elders. I had a wonderful 3 days with you every morning. What an honor and what a gift and what a blessing to sit with Kukum and participate in a pipe ceremony. It just filled my heart. I hope that everybody that's still here and everybody that's on their way home, that you got whatever you had asked for when you got here Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. Spending some time with Dr. Grant Bruno, phenomenal. We can't forget to always look at our students as they're our teachers. What can we learn from them? Cassandra Phillips, those ABCs, that antecedent, that behavior, the consequence. It's to look at how we change and help our students. And then Dr. Shelley Moore, what a phenomenal lady. What kind of garden are we going to plant inside of our classrooms? And it all comes down to what do we do to go and change ourselves, because we can't expect our little ones to do that changing, right? They are who they are. The Creator put them here for a reason, so let's learn from them. That's phenomenal. And then I probably, by the end of the day, I sure thanked Lisa. I was with Becky McLeod 3 times. I probably by the 3rd time do her session with her. I should have said, let me do the next slide. And really good information with her from the Autism Resource Center where she works out in Regina. Phenomenal lady. But one of the most important things for me for the conference is that I got to spend every day with my baby sister. She stayed in my room. She went to bed. We went to bed together. Obviously, not in the same bed, but who cares anyway if we would have shared the same bed? I was so happy she was going to come here. First of all, she gets to see her big sister do the things that I love to do. I bought her pajamas. I bought her hot tamales, some cream eggs, and some ginger ale, and I put it on the bed for her, so that when she walked into the room, she'd see that that's how much I love that she's spending time with me. And then I made sure I covered every one of her meals, and she was so grateful for that. She couldn't tell me enough, man, you guys have such good food here at this conference. Man, this conference is so good. So for me, that just filled my cup. Because even though we live 45 minutes away from each other, we don't get to see each other very often, because she's raising a family of 4, and I'm up in Meadow Lake living my best life and living it with Meadow Lake Tribal Council. I really, really hope that the Oilers tickets are not won by anybody, because I want them, Gordon. When he was telling me, he said, you can have 4 tickets, make sure you put them. I said, can I have them? I have 4 tickets, make sure you go and place. So he's like, I'm not even going to entertain you, Patricia. Those tickets are going to the people. So, whoever wins, the Creator's already picked you 2 winners already. So you're the chosen ones today. So with that, thank you very much, my vice chiefs and tribal chief. I sure appreciate you for coming in clutch today, coming and just doing all the other work that you do that's so important. I just thank you so very much. And for everybody that's still here, like I said, if the ones on the road, please travel home safely. Whatever you do tonight and on the weekend, and probably half of you are doing hockey, have fun doing it. And please, don't normalize telling people you love them. Like when I gave Dr. Shelley Moore her gift, I told her I love you. Normalizing love is so important because we don't hear it enough. And we all know that love will conquer all, right? And so with that, thank you so very much. I can't wait for the 2027 Full Circle Conference. And it'll be wonderful to see what the school-based administration, when we start having conversations in April, May, June, and September about what our theme will be like, because they're the ones who tell us. So with that, I love you from the top of my head down to the bottoms of your feet. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Masi Cho. Appreciate it. We got a lost and found here. Anybody missing a pair of black mitts? I don't know. They might belong to O.J. Simpson. I don't know. Kind of looks similar to the 1994. But thank you, everybody that come up here and shared your thank you remarks. They're yours? $5. Yeah. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, as we close her off, we're going to get a bring up. Oh, no, actually, we're going to do the draws here first. So we're going to do the draws, and then we're going to sing the Eagle staff out, okay? How does that sound? Pretty good? All righty, DJ. Everybody's been waiting here. They just want to go home, and let's see who the winner is. If we can get a flag carrier from each community, grab your flag. Only doing 4? Okay. We need 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got 4 here. So, DJ, spin that wheel. We've got a trampoline, a mini trampoline. You can jump and do some aerobics in your living room. And that is going to go Mona Brass. Mona Brass, you have to be here. You have to be here. We'll need your ID, treaty card even. Right here. It's a white side. From Atakakup. Oh, okay, I didn't know Sandy Lake was here too. Holy, all these nations where my exes are. Up next, DJ, continue on. Okay, spin that wheel. Whoever wins, Christy J. Christy Johnson, is that you? We'll give you one warning. Next time, put the whole last name, okay? Yeah, thank you. Look at that. Show everybody. Right on. Give her a round of applause. Next. So if you win the Oilers tickets, we just need your Ticketmaster account. Or you can give them mine. Spin that wheel, DJ. We've got another Eagle. So thank you to MLTC for donating these gifts as well. Edward Deadly Okany. Deadly. Dudley Do-Right ain't here or what? You have to be here. So does anybody know him? Redraw. Yeah, you got to cheer for the redraw. Redraw. Yeah, there we go. Let's see who's next. It is going to be Dlaju, Kimmy Dlaju. I'm glad you stayed for this prize here. Didn't you win already? Yeah. Keep winning here. Well, look at this beautiful wooden feather with an eagle on it. You are blessed. Thank you. Show everybody. Show it. Lift it. There, yes. Thank you. Next, we got a couple of blankets. These are ceremonial, not snagging ones. Yeah, they're only for cuddling and Price is Right watching. Annie Ernest. Annie Ernest, Dastam. Remember, popcorn and only. Popcorn and ginger ale will heal you. Okay, can I get my, our education staff to start lining up here for our closing? We've only got a couple more gifts. Another blanket. It is 2-ply. It won't even tickle you. Real soft, boy. You know, for those of you men out there too, my daughter and I, we like to go for manicures and pedicures, you know. Wanda Wolverine, poor man. Run. You know, for those men out there and your feet won't even get caught in a blanket. Holy, they're loud from Pachinak, those ladies. Loudest. You see what I mean? That was JB alone. That was one person alone. Okay, we've got 4 skirts. 4 DJ spin the wheel. Is it all one prize? Okay. And the winner is going to be an iron, Frida Iron. Frida, all the way from Keno Lake Cree Nation. Keno? She said you're old. That's what she said. I'm just repeating. I'm not trying to be, yeah. You're shy to come on up here or what? Okay, here we go. Next. Move along. Lots of names in here. George Larocque. Man, I can't believe everybody is here, you know, so far. We've only redrawn once. Look at this is going to fit you here, yeah. Let's see, it matches your skin color there. Yay. He just look up right away, just like he's a crow. Yeah. Alrighty, up next. Melanie Martin Faithful. Melanie, didn't you win already? Wow, it's all that faith you got there in God. Yeah. Is this your color? Yeah? Well, I'm sorry, but that's what we got for you. They're not Oilers tickets, but beautiful. She picked the pink one. Oh, you're not going to raffle them off on Facebook? Hey. Up next. Thought that was going to be $15 a line there. 30 spots. It's going to be McIntyre Sheena. Sheena McIntyre. You have to be here. Is that you back there? Oh, just covering her face there. She's just real shy. Oh my God, everyone's looking at me. I can't believe I just won this. I've never won anything in my life, but I'm glad I'm here today. I wanted to go home, but it's okay. Thank you very much. Okay, the ultimate snagging blanket here. It looks like a puzzle. Did you know they have puzzles on your phone now and iPads? I didn't know that. I went to Birch Narrows recently to MC an event, and you know, one of the staff was sitting behind. I don't know if she's still here. But I said, what are you doing? Are you working on a puzzle? She said, yeah, it was on her computer. She was putting puzzle together. So in case you didn't know, usually grandparents are putting on their table. But DJ, spin that wheel for this beautiful green star blanket made by, who's it made by? Delphine Vincent. Holly Neufeld has made this. Delphine Vincent, are you here? Oh, just sneaking up on me, just like the guy, it's like the butler from Mr. Deeds there. Yeah. Let me do your feet. Okay, that is yours. You can take that one out. Okay, the moment everybody's been waiting for. Let's hear a drum roll. DJ, spin that wheel. First set of Oilers tickets. You must have a up-to-date email. Colleen Janvier. Colleen Janvier. Wow. Are you going to take anybody? Who's going to be your partner to go? Me? Oh, look at that. Jeez, I'll give you my email. Ticketmaster. Yeah, so they'll have to figure it out. Okay, we've got one more set there, DJ, the final one. Once again, thank you very much. Don't leave, though. We're going to bring up our Dene drummers here up front. They'll sing a song, and then Waterhen JRZ Juniors will close it on out here. The last and final one, drum roll. Here we go. Gerald Abisha. He's not here. He's a sad sack today. Yeah. Redraw. Let's make some noise for the redraw. Yeah, I told you they're loud in Pachinak. Holy. Louder than that drum even. Duquette, Della Duquette. Della is here. Alrighty. Dene drummers, come on up here. We'll get you to sing a song. We'll get our drummers, Dylan Dene drummers here to come on up, wherever up in front here, if you will. We'll get them to sing a song. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask everybody to please stand up here. We're going to bring in our Buffalo River Dene drummers to sing a song. And then we're going to go to the flag song and the victory with the Waterhen Juniors. So thank you very much. Masi Cho. Sydney, we got the high sign. We're good to go. Thank you to our elders that are able to follow protocol and lead us the way in following our traditional way of life, you know, with the Cree and the Dene, because we've got both in the Meadow Lake Tribal Council. So Masi Cho, please stand up if you're able to. Masicho, Buffalo River, Dene Nation drummers, doing zinigano bataligala shanu. Alrighty, please remain standing here as we go over to the Water Hen Juniors, JRZ. He's just being told here. So, 2 and 2? 1? 1 and go. Yeah. But 2 and 2, victory and. Okay. Alrighty, here we go. Water Hen Juniors, flag song. Friends and relatives, as we close off our 3-day conference here. Thank you to our elders, our leadership, our organizers, people that help make this event possible. To each and every one of you as educators and teachers and helpers in your own way. Thank you very much, Masicho Hai, for being with us here today. And to keeping our cultural way of life, our drum groups, our elders, Masicho. Aho, say Masicho Hai Hai. Masicho Hai Hai. So thank you very much. Friends and relatives, make sure you drive safe on